Okay, so when we last left off, you guys were in Pharasma, or not Pharasma, Caliphos, um, investigating operations by the Whispering Way. After a bit of searching and exploration of the city, you have found a number of landmarks of the area, some information for most of them, some basics. There's no doubt more areas of interest in the place, but you are free to explore as desired. Like I said, you can take notes in the game if you wish by double clicking on any one of those landmarks and then adding a page. Feel free to add whatever you wish to them if you wish to, as far as a place to keep notes rather than on a sheets of paper, etc. that can get lost.
So like if we go into one building, you just double click on it and you can say what was in it.
Yeah, any notes and thoughts, etc. you have, or any information, you can add them there as far as a reference. Okay. Of course, I'll still give information. I'm not really using them as such because it's not that advanced. Other modules for second edition that are officially published, they include all the adventure text and all the other details, and then you can unlock like different sections as people figure out bits of information, like the room descriptions and things like that. I'm not going to get anywhere that complicated, other than to mark the landmark, because that was one of the problems I had last time when people were trying to explore. I had to keep referencing 2 or 3 different locations to figure out what was where. It is currently late at night. You guys are at the Harriday Theater after having made contact with the local branch of the Palatine Eye and being introduced to the various high-ranking members of the order. Abron Chalest, Adurius Maud, and Count Lucian Galdana. Adurius Maud is the leader and master of the current order, or the current branch of it, and he has granted you access to their archives, known as the Esoteric Vaults, down in the basement, that are kept under careful lock and key and highly trapped areas and so forth. And you find yourself in that area, which is let me go to that, switch over to that one. Okay, so this is the vault. It is filled with all sorts of arcane and historical artifacts, of all pieces, sizes, values, etc. Anybody interested in the occult or the arcane could easily spend years studying the stuff here. All of it has something to do, or at least is believed to have something to do, with the Whispering Way and their mission or tactics, since the primary purpose of the Palatine Eye is to deal with those groups and bring them to take and stop whatever their plans are. And you guys are here. Like I said, Adurius has given you free reign here. You're welcome to spend what time you want researching, digging, and so forth. And other than that, he's going to go back to his regular business. You guys are free to come and go amongst the lodge as needed. They will provide room and board for you as members of the Palatine Order. If you have the abilities to do research and study in the library, you're welcome to. Otherwise, they do have some clerks that you can hire to do it for you at cost. But most likely you guys have plenty of arcane and religious and occult knowledge between you guys.
So we had figured out how the code ring worked, and then we needed to, and we found the entrance, right, to or where the gargoyle was.
Yeah.
We did a lot of rolls at the end of possession.
Mm-hmm.
We also found out that the goat egg was indeed not a natural egg laid by a goat.
Yeah, and then we were leaving it here.
What?
Correct.
Did you want me to banish it?
That's right. Did you have the ability to banish at this level?
I think we should sell it.
We're gonna end up accidentally selling
magic.
it to
We
the
want to get rid
Whispering
of it,
Way.
We want to get rid of it from all existence. It
I'm
doesn't
just
bother
saying,
you anymore.
it could make the perfect omelet.
Good.
Good.
A Lovecraftian omelet. Probably gives you poison or something.
an ostrich egg. It counts as 36 chicken eggs.
There we go. You have to use a chisel to get into it.
Gonna have
Good thing I had the cap.
Ostrich eggs, you have to use a chisel and a hammer to break into. The shells are so thick.
It's because so it doesn't break, basically,
Yeah, it's like a
Okay.
level 5.
to keep predators from just smashing into.
So one of the days that we're here studying, if you want to banish that, I'm all for it. I want the
Wasn't
beast to hatch at some point because we don't know when it was going to hatch, like tomorrow.
wasn't
Okay.
the order wanting to hang on to it so they know where it is?
No, they just wanted it
They
not
didn't want
out
it to
with
leak
us.
down here,
Safeguard
so
it.
it wasn't out
They
there.
wanted it gone, they were gonna hold it till they can get rid of it themselves, but they also said if we had a way to get rid of it, they were fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I can use a level 5 to banish it.
Okay. So, over the course of the next couple of days, you go ahead and do that. You cast your banish spell, and the egg is no more. Slowly sizzles, pops, cracks, and falls to pieces, leaving nothing but a thin, leathery shell after it's banished.
That was the lead enemy.
Mhm.
Game's over.
Yep. And thus ends the campaign. Resolved 2 chapters early with a banish spell.
That's right. What do they always say? You go back in time, you kill Hitler as a baby.
Mhm.
We just
It-
the BBG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
thing is, in real
or
life,
you've now
you
set
can-
up
you'd
the
be
final
arrested.
chapter when Mama comes after you.
And when we're all there. And
Yeah.
Vanished, yeah, you can't get out.
Yeah, you guys are in another dimension, and suddenly an egg shows up.
Can you banish me back on?
Now, did you need to do a special ritual on you for your werewolfism?
Yeah, lycanthropy.
Yeah, we had said that throughout that time we were going to do whatever it was because we had learned about the lycanthropy and how to get rid of it. And
Yeah, you with supplies from the order, you're able to clear the lycanthropy, or at least
as far as we
assume.
know,
Yeah, as far as you know, it's gone.
we got like 3 days. So
Yeah,
Only one way
you're
to
fine.
find out.
Right. And then we identified the items that we had.
Mm-hmm.
We were in there.
I think we did all of that with the mace, and we hired people to do the mace because we didn't roll very good on that.
Was it the mace?
I think
Because I had
it was-
identified from you guys identified it from the very beginning.
Well, we
Right.
identified it, but like we didn't get all we didn't pass a roll when we were here to get like
It was
full
the
history.
key. It's a key.
So we know the abilities it has, but we don't know like the whole history of it.
Oh no, we do. Last time when we were here, he said it was like the key to unlocking the lich.
Was that all of it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
says the
Yeah,
poem,
okay.
poem and the
Yeah, I
ritual to
remember
raise the
that.
lich. You need the mace/hammer, half a heart of the pack warrior's werewolf,
Honestly, I think we should
ghost
just destroy the
essence,
hammer
and
then.
a sea sage effigy.
Take care of that.
I'm not gonna use it.
So those are the components.
I think Andy doesn't like that idea.
I don't think so.
Well, you don't have to have
You
the
can have
whole
your old
thing,
hammer
just
back.
I feel like laying hands on him. Nope.
Probably wouldn't
Is
work.
that, is that his character?
Nope.
Nope.
Ew.
So I thought, so while we're in town, if anyone has the money to do so,
No, we don't.
I was gonna say,
Nobody's got money.
Yep,
Yeah.
no one has
We're
money.
broke.
oh man, because I was gonna say, if we got an enlarged, like a wand of enlarging, I could transform into a dragon, which turns me giant, and someone could cast that on me, and I could become gargantuan.
Nobody's got money.
Nah, that's not
We're all in
works.
basements, man. You're gonna switch this all out. Your big size is big enough.
We'll only live in somebody's basement.
Yeah, we don't have any money.
We're just hanging out in mom's basement right
Can't
now.
help buy a room.
So I don't.
Inflation.
Was there anything else?
I know.
I didn't get to take notes last time, so
just that
Yeah,
the
you-
poem and the ritual, and those are the components.
right. And we assume they have all the components except for this key that I have.
Well, they just need a piece of it.
Right.
They
so
don't need the
couldn't
whole
tell-
hammer.
Right.
People
That's
dying
right.
is
I remember
expensive.
That. I remember saying that.
Right.
So we assume they have all the pieces to unlock that. So
Well, we got it from all those lizard people, and unless they were also part of the Whispering Way, they didn't get anything from it.
well, they were doing deals with the Whispering Way.
Yeah, but the hammer was still there. Don't you think they would have traded for the whole hammer, not just a tiny piece?
I think
Scum
the
were fish people,
lizard
not
people
lizard.
turned on the
Whatever
Whisper
they-
Way, and that's why there's that dude dead down there.
You know,
I think
Bisk
that-
is
I
getting
think that
very
was going
offended
on.
that he's being grouped in with the scum category here.
Well,
One in the same.
fish people. Sorry, not lizard people. Y'all are kind of slimy.
That's right.
At least they don't treat you like a dog.
So why don't we go to where this gargoyle thing is? See what's going on there.
Okay.
So yeah, the statue's supposed to show people the way for the stronghold, yeah.
The one person that we counting everybody. The countess.
Mm-hmm.
We want to get on her radar somehow too. This mod, is it mod?
Mod's the guy in
Right,
charge.
got it right this time.
A Jurius mod.
Easy 3-letter word. Does Mod have any idea of how to get on her good side, or how to get invited to one of her parties?
No, it's only for the really wealthy. And although he's one of the upper class of the city, he's never been to one of the parties himself.
Well, I know she sometimes like invites random
Mhm.
people too. Do they ever come back from the party?
There's been numerous reports of people not coming back,
Well,
or at least not remembering ever having gone to the party.
Not remembering.
well,
Did they spike the party punch bowl?
yeah, I think we should start by going to the gargoyle then, and just keep an eye out for her wandering the city. She doesn't. But.
Okay, just in case there's a wealthy noble person walking down the street.
Right.
Okay.
No, I'm completely untrustworthy about that. Yeah, is there a map, celebrity map? So.
So where's the gargoyle?
We need to find it.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things we need to find, right?
No, well, you gotten the location of it.
Oh, we did? I thought we needed to find
When
it.
we were
so
studying the stuff, we found the location in this city,
Mhm.
not anywhere else. But
Is it like an actual creature gargoyle, or is it like a statue?
well, the statue,
Actual
and it's supposed to have like writing on it that we
Oh,
can decipher
okay.
with the ring.
No, the
Yes.
statue that just turns into a gargoyle.
Just making sure, because this is the Pathfinder realm, and they can actually be legitimate moving gargoyles.
Mhm.
So can over that period of time, are we able to hire somebody to study that we've been here to study the mace then, or
Mhm.
okay? Like I don't want to leave it here.
Their fee is 100 gold a day, or we'll do instead 100 gold per item or subject that you wanted to research.
Okay.
Okay,
We can't do that. Too expensive.
they're expensive.
Yeah, specific.
Doesn't even have 1 gold.
Specific to just what the hammer is, or do I say like how is it used as a key?
What?
In
Sure.
the ritual.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want.
I'm fairly loose on the interpretation. If you want them to investigate the hammer and everything that is related to it, they will. There's a rat in the distance chewing on a dog right now.
She's killing rats.
Yep. Now you will have to leave the hammer with them.
Well, I meant like while we were here these past few days. Is that
Okay.
Okay. So if that's possible, I don't want to leave the hammer here currently
Okay.
while we leave.
I want to make sure I let the dog out of it.
Out of his room.
Yeah, because I don't know how she got down.
Good for the ventilation system.
That's right. It's where she gets the rats from.
I would love for her to have like just like a little doggy door down here, and she just.
You just hear her come running through here.
That'd be awesome.
Hey, I think you got a bourbon problem.
If we need to wait, I'd rather wait until I have that information.
Mhm.
If I can go with the days we've been here, I could just.
Okay. So did you have the 100 gold to pay them?
I do.
Okay. So their conclusion is that yes, from the ritual, from what they can determine, these sorts of rituals only require a piece of the mace. and there's signs of wear and tear on the mace. They can't be certain that anything was taken from it necessarily, but here and there there's like scratches and gouges on it because it's an old weapon. And there's different parts of it, like the hilt, where there's a piece of the pommel missing and so forth. So
enough to do that.
they could. They wouldn't necessarily have needed the entire thing. The other thing they determine when they're looking at it is the head of the mace unscrews, and inside is a hollow to secure something, which is currently empty.
Oh boy. I think that's where the
But,
king's supposed to be.
is there any knowledge of what was in here or what would be in here?
No, it's about the size that would hold a scroll or some, like a small vial, specially designed vial.
Or a key.
Yeah, presumably a key might fit there.
You notice that they're holding a key.
Oh, yeah, there was one.
This
Find
would
anything.
this is a USB drive.
And I would like to go to the Temple of Pharasma
Okay.
and see if my new pet comes with me. If
That's what you get. That's what you get when you play a rat catcher in Warhammer.
That's right.
You get a small terrier.
That's right, and they do their job too. They make you money. Yeah, I want to see if they have any idea or any writings or knowledge of what was stored within this at all.
Okay. No. The temple is very intrigued by the hammer. Very interested in knowing if you're going to donate it to the church for safekeeping as an artifact of the religion, and they give you the full guilt trip accordingly. But no, their indications is it was never known that it contained anything necessarily. It's always been referred to as like the key to the gates and the means of opening the way to Pharasma. But that they always took that more as symbolic than anything else.
Well, I hear your guilt trip, and I will promise that once we are sure the Whispering Way is finally put down for good, to return it for all intended purposes to you guys.
Okay.
Specifically.
For historic significance.
That's right.
Okay. They take careful note that if and when you die or complete your mission, that it becomes church
Yes.
property.
Yeah, if I'm dead, bring it. It's all yours too.
Okay.
Since I'm not really a book person, I'd just like to continue looking around the town.
Okay. So, what else did you guys want to do? Several days have gone by. We'll say a week of research and information. Is there anything else you're interested in figuring out? Like I said, you had, other than the locations you had in the city, the other things you have is, like I said, the notables from the order. You have Abram Chalest, the aristocrat who is the curator at the museum. Ajurius Maud is the leader of the chapter, and then Count Lucian Galdana is a
Adventure.
he's an adventurer from another region. He was visiting. He's the Count of Amans, visiting Caliphos to attend the royal court.
So if he's going in the royal court, you really wanted to get in to see the head dude in charge, right? Prince or whatever?
Why did we want to see the prince again? I thought that was so we could get to the Palatine Eye.
I thought we were gonna watch the prince closely to see what he was doing. That was our original plan last week or 2 weeks ago, wasn't it?
And just sneaking in was not an option because there's like 1,000 traps everywhere. They all like to,
Well, at his castle there is.
yeah, mutual destruction across the board for
Mhm.
him and all his 12 people. I think we should go towards the gargoyle place and get in to where the Whispering Way is and clear them out of this town.
Okay.
See if we can find any other clues
Agreed.
before we go wipe out the Whispering Way. Alright. So seconded.
So you have a description of said gargoyle. It's from the descriptions you have. It's only about 3 feet tall. It's constructed out of a alabaster, and it has a detailed description of what exactly it looks like, but doesn't give any indication of a location.
It's just in the city.
According to the notes, yes.
Church of Pharasma was alabaster, right? That was all white.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. I'd like to take a look at the outside of that temple for Pharasma, because I'm going to be really upset. Because I'm pretty sure if I'm...
There's evil-looking gargoyles everywhere.
Yeah,
No, I mean the Church of Pharasma is decorated with typical iconography of Pharasma, angels and various things like that. Doesn't give any sort of sinister look, other than a natural foreboding about death.
And 1 3-foot tall gargoyle.
And
That's
one
right,
3-foot
just
gargoyle,
at the front door.
right at the entrance, holding the offering pole.
Right, please put that here.
With the mace in there.
The funny thing is they actually wanted the mace too, which would make sense if they were part of the Whispering Way.
Should we ask around town? Ask around.
Is there a cemetery anywhere in town?
Cemeteries would be. I'm sure there is.
I talk about asking people, and you talk about going to the cemetery.
Yeah, he immediately goes to the cemetery.
That's where the gargoyles hang out.
And the Whispering Way are very good with them undead.
Careful around cemeteries, Lord One.
I would say that there is a cemetery near the temple. They certainly have crypts underneath it. And then there would be some cemeteries on the outskirts of town.
Maybe if we want to look at the one near the temple.
There's also the, what is it, the Don, whatever?
The Dawn Grace.
Don Grace Memorial is a large military cemetery.
Okay.
Now, gargoyles, though, yes, they're at cemeteries, but in that time frame, weren't they above almost entrances to anything to
Yes.
ward off evil?
Yep.
Also.
Yep, I mean, look
So
at
they're
and looking around the town of Caliphos, it has a very Gothic, Old English type architecture. Yeah, I mean, every building you look at has a dozen or more gargoyles, because the original design was as gutters to push the rain off the roof and off the wall out into the street. So every corner, along every wall, there's gargoyles everywhere. Now, most of them are fairly plain and non-ornamental, but in the dark, in the fog, in the lightning, etc., they're just as fearsome looking, which is where the whole mythology comes from.
Yeah.
So basically, to find where they are, we need to basically trail one of them.
A gargoyle?
No.
Yes, you must
Whispering
you must
Way.
track the gargoyle.
There's one.
Whispering Way.
Yeah, but we gotta find it. That's the thing. Like we
Yep,
already
gotta
found.
find one.
Everybody
to trail
take a
it.
gargoyle and watch it until it moves.
Yes. Talked to about them once.
Yep.
Now there's Dawn Grace Memorial.
Yeah, that's a cemetery. Military cemetery.
Are you interested in that?
No, that's actually for the was Ioma Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Ioma Day memorial to the Shining Crusade.
Oh, that's right.
It's sort of like a Vietnam memorial type thing, where they have a big wall with all the people, everybody's name that died.
Shall we split up and try to find and ask around about this gargoyle and see if anybody's?
Have you seen a gargoyle?
Yeah.
Just
No, I'm
look
being
up the
serious.
Well, I mean, it's
Because there's
white
obviously
alabaster.
something more that distinguishes this between the others, right?
Right, and if it's, I mean, if it's
From the
white,
description, certainly.
in this, if you think, like you said, town of London, everything here is
Scavenger hunt will
gross
find
and-
this particular gargoyle.
and
then
it's
it's
just
underneath
covered
the
in
gargoyle,
and
and it leads
foggy,
to the
so
gargoyle we want.
Underground.
anything alabaster is gonna stand out, and if it's something like the Temple of Pharasma or Castle Strike, they're gonna clean them. I mean, they're gonna still stand out. So I think think it's got to be on one of the main. I think it's got something to do with the main people, like her, the countess, or the prince.
Like a higher up.
Yeah, the fact that
What's the castle made out of?
Stone. Just regular
It's
stone.
what is
Nothing unusual.
What type of stone?
And
Granite.
Why don't you guys check the inside of the walls? And
Now,
I'll
from
check
the
outside of
description, this is a very old statue. It's more of a religious icon rather than a building decoration.
which would make sense too, because Whispering Way occupied this town.
Correct.
They built this town prior to it being pushed out. So,
Right. 1,000 years ago, before the Lich was destroyed or defeated, this was the Whispering Way, not by name, but by the forces of the tyrant, occupied this city, and this gargoyle is from before that time. It supposedly points the way to the Whispering Way. They've used it as a direction marker type thing. But it's ancient, and anything having to do with the tyrant would have been torn down and destroyed in the years following the crusade.
unless it had some other significance that it was using.
Well, unless it had some other significance, or unless it had some historical value, or something like that.
But this was here before the tyrant.
Is that a thing that we can
So-
research in the library?
Yes.
Why don't we research it?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, because from the sound of it, it sounds like it's going to be some historic architecture that should be some historic stuff or something.
Do you have stone smell or something? You can smell alabaster.
Hey,
You're a dwarf, right?
Hey,
Why don't we
wait,
research
I
it
do
in the
have
library?
stone things, but yeah, I
If I'm
don't think
not
I
talk
could.
to the
I don't think I
gargoyle,
could smell
why
stone
don't
though.
you
I can
guys
talk
read-
to them, but I
This-
can't smell them.
Why don't you talk to the rocks then?
Yeah.
Wish we had Carter. He could talk
I
to
want
like
to
a
get
city rat or
the-
something.
I want to get
Pigeons.
the commune dispute
Yeah.
type
I mean, you
thing
could do
for
that
Deja.
too.
I can
Okay.
talk to
Dealing with the
animals.
rock, so
Yeah,
that's
speak with animals.
Okay.
Primal battle.
a higher level.
I don't know if that's one of my
Ethan,
current spells.
while they're
Well,
doing the research
he
on
has
the
the same
gargoyle,
spell
I'm
as
going to be
you.
actually searching
The city?
around.
Okay.
The city.
Okay.
Does
Starting
anybody,
on the outside and going
You can
in.
turn into a rat and talk to a rat.
does anybody have a society? I mean, I'm assuming it's probably a society or some kind of. I mean,
For what?
if we're researching it.
If you're researching, it's going to be probably a cult, because it's a cult that you're looking into.
Because I don't think all of us need to go.
Or if you have a specific lore skill that happens to line up.
Lore stone and geology.
Maybe.
If it's a naturally formed gargoyle.
Yeah.
So if I transform into a rat, I can speak.
Maybe this is like a pancake with a notable figure's face.
There you go.
Now, the people that have a cult, I think should probably do the book stuff,
Uh huh.
and at the same time, the rest of us can go through the city looking for the. I'll go to the museum.
Okay.
I'm assuming he probably knows the history of the town and has an idea of some of the iconic.
Okay.
Iconic, maybe is that a word?
Okay. So you're gonna go talk to Auburn Chalice.
Yeah.
A cult? Yeah.
Decent.
She ripping up that toy.
17.
Oh yeah.
No, it's
Should
just
be
like
decent.
which is something. I didn't know.
She, yeah. Dogs and cats are always great at finding the people who are most inconvenienced by them. That's where they hang out.
So what kind of are there wild animals that just roam the city, like pigeons or rats or something?
Yes. They don't just roam though, but yes, there are plenty of random wild animals
They're not going to be able to.
that live here.
Remember what the rabbit got us into? That rabbit did not help us.
Boffin?
Boffin?
Boffin helped.
I may still give it a shot if they know the terrain and the landmarks and stuff.
Have you pooped on a gargoyle? That's
Yeah.
exactly.
Have you seen a gargoyle that looks different than the other gargoyles?
Occultism.
Yeah, someone without
It's
a wing.
occultism is we're trying to research.
So
We're trying to figure
press
out.
on.
Ethan's
we're
got
trying to
good
figure out if we can
occultism.
research.
I'll transform into a rat to see if I can find another rat.
That doesn't give you the mental abilities of a rat. It just makes you look like a rat.
Oh.
You gotta speak to animals.
Yes, but you should have speak with animals.
Oh.
as a
see it.
first level spell.
I don't see it.
Keith, you
It's
got
second
high
level
occult,
spell.
right?
Might be a second level
You
spell.
got
Okay.
high occult, so does Jen.
16.
I got 17.
Oh, so the three of you probably.
And you can use geology. So.
Yeah.
Okay, you did geology. Do you want to be the primary one to do it?
I'm not worried about being primary.
Do I have to have the spell pre-memorized?
Yep.
You have a week, so during that time, you can have it.
You wanna change one of your spells for that?
I mean, I got like. Let's see, if it's second level.
We just don't
I could
see it
replace create food.
Yeah, that's a good thing to replace.
What? Could be true.
Speak with animals is level 2.
Yeah, I'll just replace create food with that.
You can also link it to summon animal by memorizing that as well. At which point you don't have to go hunting for a rat or a pigeon. You just summon one, and a rat comes out of the wall and talks to you.
It'll be a lot easier.
But how does it have experience with the city though? If I summon one, or
Well,
does it just?
How does it have experience with the city if you go walk around the street and find a rat?
Because if I find one, it's been here.
Well, so is the summoned one. It's not a magical rat.
Right, you
Oh.
call them. You're like, hey, rat. and
Yeah,
the rat shows up.
you cast summon animal and you sit there for a minute going squeak, 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 and then a rat walks out and talks to you.
That's how that happens.
Yeah, it doesn't magically
I
just a
thought,
rat
like,
appears.
Materializes out of nowhere and then dematerializes when the spell's done.
It depends on the scenario. I mean, if you're in a dungeon and you're summoning a wolf, obviously a wolf doesn't just happen to walk down the hallway there.
Aru.
Bust through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man.
No. But if there's one that's present in the area, then one just comes
Okay.
over to you and it's from the immediate area.
I do have summon animal. All right.
Yeah, you have both.
Yeah.
So that would be the most efficient is you summon an animal and then you speak with it and you get whatever information you can from it. And you could conceivably do that a couple of times to talk to different animals over the course of the week.
Yeah, I'll do that and talk to different animals and see if any of the animals know, like if they have seen any gargoyle statue that looks notably different than the others.
Okay, so you're doing the summon animal thing.
Yeah.
You're doing what?
You wanna go bar hopping with me?
Me?
It's not.
You gotta study
It's not
geology.
magical.
I gotta read about rocks.
All right.
So you're reading about rocks. You're going bar hopping.
We'll bar hop.
So you're just enjoying yourself for the week.
No, I'm gonna be doing talking research with the different people.
So you're gonna ask the locals if they've ever seen this. Sure. Okay. Ben, so you're doing the same thing. You're gonna talk with people and enjoy yourself for the week.
No, what I'm doing, I'm searching the outermost city and working my way in for the gargoyle statue that they described.
Okay. So you're wandering the city, talking to people, and enjoying yourself for a week.
That's right.
I mean, you're looking for this big gargoyle, but you're talking to people, right? Asking questions. I mean, that makes sense.
Okay. Jennifer, what's your plan?
Where were you going?
Well, I'm gonna
remember what this.
go to the museum.
For the communion with spirits.
He's gonna talk with Aubryn.
Consult the spirits.
Use the
The,
advanced
the,
memory.
the, the three of you, I figured, could use the occultism to find the older building that might still be standing with because this is something from prior to the rest of the city being built.
Who
What's your
was it? The 17.
That's the same as the rest of ours. So it matters
retrain
if you want to be the
also
primary one
in the week.
to research.
What are you gonna retrain?
My
So
summer
they can
skills.
back you up.
You can retrain one skill.
Assist you.
That's fine. I don't care.
Sure. If you want to retrain for the week, I'm perfectly fine with it. You got a week. That gives you one skill.
Basement?
Yeah, the basement. Back to the basement.
I guess we're going back to the basement.
Okay, so you're going to spend time researching in the library.
So if I want to lower one skill to untrain and put one in train, that takes a full week.
Yes,
Okay, then forget it.
that's the retrain mechanic. That's just the basic Pathfinder retraining.
I want to split my week in half.
Okay.
I want to go to the museum
Uh-huh.
and talk to Arbog Chalist.
Aubryn, cellist.
Ron Chalist. But then I want to spend the rest of the time back at the library
Mhm.
looking up references to Key to the Gates and Way of Pharasma.
Okay.
Things I got from the temple.
Okay. And Jenny, what are you doing?
Could you remind us what the oldest part of the city is? Like
The central city inside the wall is considered the oldest. The city has slowly grown out from there, but there is no single landmark that is the oldest. Castle Striath, and really most of that central city inside the big walls has existed since before the Crusade.
I was gonna like walk around Castle Striath and the Restoration Park.
Okay. Just take a look at there, see if there's anything of interest. Okay. And then Keith and Craig, I assume you guys were doing the research.
I was doing the research.
Okay. Is there something you're specifically trying to retrain for?
I was trying to retrain so I can get a feat at a different level, but I'm
Okay.
not worried about it, I guess.
Okay, so Ben and Jason, you guys spend the week looking around town. You don't see any sign of anything that matches the description, and everybody you talk to pretty much is a dead end. There doesn't seem to be any indications whatsoever. Nobody has ever heard of such a thing. Nobody gives you any indications of anything that's there.
And nobody knows anything about Whispering Way or anything, probably. Or
No, every time you bring that up, at best you get a confused look as to what that might be. Nobody's ever even heard of that. Whenever you mention the tyrant, of course everybody knows that, and talks in hushed tones and so forth, refuses to say the name. But no, nobody knows anything about it as a secret society would tend to want it to be. Okay.
do we know if there's any hobbies of the Whispering Way guys or anything like that?
Necromancy.
They like to
Long walks
whisper.
on the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe look in a library if they like to whisper.
Someone's undead.
Yeah. They're looking for adventurers just like you.
Well, we can't find them.
They don't really recruit openly. So, Ben, you talked to numerous animals through the week. Same thing. Although many of the rats and many of the pigeons claim to have quite a bit of knowledge about the area, the best places to find food, the best places to perch, etc., none of them recognize what you're talking about or give you any indications of where to go. They do point out many gargoyles. They're very familiar with those for one reason or another. The only alabaster building in town is the Church of Pharasma. Everything else is constructed from granite or other stones that wouldn't really match. But they're not. None of them, even around the church, are familiar with that statue. They've never seen it or heard of it. You're doing research. You were going to the
Museum first.
museum, and then you were going to research what?
Research the Way of Pharasma and the key to the gates. The information I got about the actual hammer or the mace from
Okay.
the church.
So the three of you go ahead and give me a occult or arcane roll. And I'm sorry, what did you say, Jenny? You were doing?
I was gonna be around like the
Oh, you're going around the center area.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the park.
Castle Striath isn't open to the public. It's a large castle. That's the one that's rumored to be filled with traps and so forth to keep outsiders out. Every now and then, some noblemen go in, or soldiers and so forth, but it's not open to the public. You're able to walk around it without any issue, though. Restoration Park is a large, fairly comfortable-looking park. It's late autumn at this point. The trees are changing color. There is a couple of notable statues in it commemorating different generals and things like that from the war. At one section, there's a large reflecting pool that has several statues lining either side. And in the it has various heroes of the country facing off against creatures that they would have fought supposedly out of history and through the war. In the southern section, there's another large pool that looks like it's under construction. It's a large pool, and most of the grounds are done, but there's a section in the south end of it that's still being dug out and is still organized. And then in the southwest corner of the garden is a large glass greenhouse open to the public to show off various plants and things like that from the local area. And so overall, a fairly nice, welcoming park, fairly popular throughout the day, with lots of people. Occasionally, a guard walking by just to maintain the peace, but you never see any signs of any problems. Across the street from it is the Five Seasons, effectively, of the town, known as the Majesty or the Majestic. I forget which one it was. The Majesty, which is a 3 or 4 story hotel / inn, fanciest place you've ever seen, and where all the nobility are staying if they're not at the castle itself. Basically, this is the top tier of the high end area of the town, basically around this park. So.
Now, if I have warfare lore,
Mhm.
does it help anything with those statues near the reflecting pool?
A lot of them you've heard of and recognize as heroes of Caliphos from ages past. I mean, you recognize a lot of the names there. Their significance doesn't seem to really have much relevance to what you're looking for currently, but there is information for them. Okay. Okay, what'd you guys get on your rolls?
I got a 33.
I got 35.
30, 35, 25, 33.
Keith, you did Arcana.
That's okay.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. And then Doge did a sleeper hold.
Yep.
Okay.
Successful.
His research was interesting.
Okay. So you go to talk to Mod and talk to him about a statue. With your description, it actually makes him recall something, and he says, "I could have sworn we had something like that in the basement that we had collected quite some time ago." By the time you make it back to the theater and to check on it, the three of them have effectively come to the same conclusion. In the back room, there is a gargoyle, just chilling. It's under a tarp, covered up. But according to the records, they claimed it 650 years ago, put it in the archives, and then just let it sit there.
Does it where they claimed it from?
No.
No.
It's in a general batch of items recovered from the ruins of Caliphos.
Gotcha. And you have the code ring, right, Craig?
Craig, you got the code ring or whatever.
I thought you had the code ring.
Okay. somebody's got it.
Code ring's gone.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's
It's gone.
How
Somebody's got
druid?
it.
I destroyed it.
That's right. All of our magic equipment just slowly disappears as the game goes on. Like, you guys don't need this. Gosh.
You'd be against that little Ouija board.
What about the
wouldn't
code
you?
ring?
No, I wouldn't think
Well,
this way.
that's the code ring
Yeah.
works
I have
in to decipher what's on the
Gargoyle.
gargoyle
Yeah, the
to give us
planchette board's spooky.
the way to get to where the Whispering Ways base of operations is here, or was.
Right over there.
Okay. So it's in a platform over here, covered up under a tarp, according to the records. And you can see a large object under a tarp, at least.
I'll go pull the tarp off.
Okay. You remove the tarp. Underneath is a alabaster gargoyle. Looks like it is either snarling or laughing at you from its expression. Large bat-like wings stretched out behind its back, and razor-sharp looking claws, both holding on to the base of it as well as reaching out, almost as if they're trying to grab at you. Around the base of it is a line of glyphs, strange markings, in a writing you don't quite recognize.
Let's use the ring. See if we can decipher what the glyphs are.
Okay.
Don't forget, drink water. Sorry, you shall be.
It's great.
Okay. Okay. You pull out the ring, take a look at it. It is the claws, teeth, and ribs that protrude from its belly all appear to be crafted from iron, implanted in the stone itself, and then it has the runes that read around it. Okay.
Teeth, the claws, and the ribs, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You use the key and take a look at it. Give me a arcane roll. Doge does another sleeper hold.
I'm not doing that.
Okay. You try for a moment or two with the ring. You can't seem to get everything to line up enough that it makes sense. You're not quite 100% sure how to use the key itself, but you can certainly try it again if you want.
Okay.
It's upside down.
Yeah. Flip it over.
There you go.
Okay. After thinking about it a moment, you realize, wait a minute, it goes this way, and then it works. You do it, and as you do, it reads off. You turn the key to the right combination, and the runes along the bottom of the statue suddenly glow, and almost immediately, from all four corners of the room over here, in this room, you see a image of a tall, thin, skeletal figure wrapped in cloaks and bandages. All four of them appear momentarily and call out in sort of a whispery, common, what is the fifth catechism of the Whispering Way?
I have no idea.
Can I
Anybody
do
have ideas?
esoteric lore to see if
Sure.
Teaching?
sure.
Give me a roll.
I gotta go get my character again.
What type of roll can we do?
If you are there and there's only 5 people currently,
Gotcha.
because everybody else is around town, you can make an arcane, occult, or esoteric lore roll.
Damn alcohol has got me.
Yep. Okay. Apparently, many of you have studied your Palatine Eye materials. The proper answer is Undying Form, Undying Opportunity. Assuming one of you wants to say that.
Undying form, undying opportunity.
Okay. The creatures fade away, and in its place, filling the room, is a projection of what looks like Caliphos, although the geography and the layout of the city is different. It looks like the city is quite a bit smaller in size, and in one location, just east of the main central city, there is a green beacon.
If we overlay that with what we know of the city,
Mm-hmm.
does that the museum to the east, or would it feel more like the Countess's?
It would be here. Oh,
Go to it.
That's the museum. The Portifex archives.
Yeah.
Zoom out a little bit of this thing.
And it's just the green beacon.
It's the
doesn't-
Portifex
it's just a dot,
archives.
effectively on a map, indicating it.
I'm gonna ask Maud if with us being introduced to the museum curator,
Mhm.
we'll be able to access the basement of the museum, correct? Or is that just for the?
Certainly, Chalice should be able to get you into whatever area of the museum, if you have cause to do so.
Yes, and I explained exactly what
Okay.
we just found, and
Okay.
I believe that's
This guy
got to
that
be underneath it.
guy that's helping us he's part of this right way.
Part of Palatine Eye.
I'm sorry. I'm not there.
Doge is suspicious already.
Doge just freezes and he's like, I sense a disturbance in the force.
So, should we all go, or?
I think we should probably all go because it's supposed to be their stronghold or whatever.
Yeah. So we'll wait until everybody returns for the day, or?
Okay. Okay. That evening, everybody returns and you share the information.
And I think we should go now, not later. If it's not, I mean, if it's like just late evening.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, sun's gone down. I mean, it's maybe 7 o'clock at this point.
Okay. Yeah, we should all go. Are you guys all up for it?
I'm all for it, but do you really trust the guy?
Mod or Chalice?
He seems very helpful.
Well, that's what the Palatine Eye wants, is to destroy the Whispering Way, which is what I want.
He seems almost too helpful.
Yeah. Darn it! He gave me cookies on the way, and they were warm.
He's evil. Slay him.
These are delicious. Oh.
Give me a belly rub.
These cookies are too good. You must die.
Yeah. So we'll all go to the Quarter Fox Archives.
Okay. You bring in all your stuff, leaving your weapons and armor and so forth. Again, it is a public museum, but it will at this point it'll be after hours.
Yeah, I'll bring all my stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. We have reason to.
That's up to you. Okay.
You
I
bring all
am
your
a
armor?
weapon.
Huh?
You bring all your
You
armor?
bringing your plate mail?
Your full body witch plate mail?
Magical armor.
You gotta bring your full plate out.
It's invisible.
Axel arms just barely sticking out.
That's right. Okay. You guys head to the museum. Aubryn unlocks the doors, lets you guys in. Based on your description, he thinks he knows where it is. In one of the museum's older structures, in the basement is the most likely location based on your description of the map and everything. He leads you down there. The museum is quiet and empty at this point. There's basically nobody here other than the occasional security guard that just walks the floors, and so it's pretty much empty for you guys. He leads you down to the southern wing and down into one of the lower basements, to a structure dedicated to the history of the former county of Grodlich. There is a ancient fresco on one of the displays that depicts the first count of Grodlich, an excommunicated priest of Pharasma named Lodmir Vandelmain. The heretic is shown clutching a book whose cover bears eerily familiar stylized symbols matching those on the key.
Can you break the key out again and see if you can read what it says on the outside of the book?
Can I recall any information about the guy?
About Lodmir Vandelmain? Yeah. He was a high-ranking priest of Pharasma who had been secretly working in service to the Lich. And when it was discovered, he was excommunicated, barred from it, and then burned at the stake.
As he should have been.
Yes.
Arcane roll, is that
For the
to read the book?
to try and decipher.
Yeah, basically there's a whole wall here of an old building, and on it is painted this fresco of this particular priest. And he's shown holding a book that, if you didn't know anything better, it would just be an arcane book, nothing of particular note. But on it, you can see a couple of the symbols that match those on the key itself.
Okay. Can I try and use the ring again to
What-
decipher what's on there?
Yeah, you use the key and twist it so that the symbols match up. When you do, there is a pop, and a bit of dust comes off of the fresco, and a section of it shifts out by an inch or two, revealing some sort of a hidden passageway.
Can Chalice? They built the museum on top of
Around it.
ruins.
Yeah,
around
on
the
top of
ruins.
most of the city's built on ruins
Right.
over ruins. So this, I mean, this is one of the historical areas of the town. They left the fresco intact because it had historical significance. But this wing is very rarely visited by anybody. So he's going to go check with the guards and make sure they don't disturb you.
Okay.
But he's as surprised as he assumes you guys are
Yeah.
that there's actually something here, and very much interested. He hurries back into the area to head the guards off so you guys don't get disturbed.
Other than obviously him working for the lakes and everything like that, if he was, would be something maybe I would know anything about him or about his history prior to that.
Not really. No. Yeah. I mean, you know of his story about how he was working for the other side and got caught,
Gotcha.
but that's about it.
Okay. I will. I'll see if I can just pull the door. If it's a door,
Okay.
pull it open.
Yeah, you pull it open. Inside is a old dusty wooden staircase. It looks like it spirals down into a chamber about 20 feet below.
Light want to go first? Not ones with light. The lighter people to go first.
So who wants to go first then?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Are you a light one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He steps out onto the stairs. It creaks and groans a bit. Dust and so forth falling from the walls and so forth down. Do you have any light?
I have 13.
Okay. So you work your way down to the bottom, assuming other people are following.
Before when you two go, can you cast light on my shield? Because I don't have dark vision.
I can cast light on you.
That would be great.
I have my rifle loaded and ready.
Okay. So Ben goes down. You cast light.
Yeah, I will be the last one down.
Okay. Everybody else cautiously moves down,
I've never
followed
tried.
eventually by the champion.
Because I break the staircase so none of us can get
No,
out.
I laugh at the top and go, "I've been reincarnated."
Okay.
Yeah, did I?
You guys work your way down to the bottom, where you find a largish stone chamber. There's a handful of tables, a whole bunch of shelves, and so forth, and a lot of dust and cobwebs. Here and there's a broken chair, an empty box, or whatever, but the place itself looks to be empty.
Staying alert.
There's some broken bottles, looks like alchemical equipment. A few scraps of paper hinting at Whispering Way activities in gathering components for elixirs or potions, but all of these look very old and don't look like it has any bearing on what you guys are currently investigating. That's about it. Looks like the place has been abandoned for years.
What type of potions?
Oh, go ahead.
Are there any other doors exiting?
Yeah, it's magical recipes and things like that, but you're not able to decipher what for.
Are there any other doors exiting this area?
No.
Can I check for secret doors?
Sure. Give me go ahead on your roll and select it as a blind roll.
Blind roll?
If you selected the bottom there, you can say blind GM roll.
Oh.
And it shows like question marks or something.
Yeah.
under that.
Then you don't know what you're actually rolling.
Oh, you don't know what your roll is?
You don't know what your roll is.
Blind GM roll?
Yep. Then when you search for secret doors, I say you don't find any.
That way someone would like roll the 46 and you're like, "Oh, I can roll 50." That's how it is. So.
I got a question mark.
Yes.
Aha.
Question mark. Yeah. You spend several minutes checking the room. There's no sign of any secret doors or anything. The only entrance in or out is through the stairs.
Okay.
Say undying form, undying opportunity. Nothing.
Okay. It echoes somewhat in the empty chamber.
It creeps everybody out.
Maybe if we read the poem.
I'm going to use the magnifying glass.
Search the room.
Search the room, so it'll be a +2 on whatever.
Okay. Same thing.
Let's say blind GM roll.
I'm looking.
He's looking.
And then
It's a little out of my fingertips.
You have to find out something, I guess.
I had something called thorough.
D20, but
Okay.
it's going to be my perception.
How would I
So
do
D20
blind roll?
and perception.
At the bottom there,
On the
select the blind GM roll. Thorough search gives you effectively a reroll if you didn't find anything.
Okay.
So just roll twice.
Are you ready to get chat box?
Sniff it out, dog.
You go up
Public
to
roll.
here. You select that in blind GM.
I'll get better at this. Well, if you don't know the steps there.
Then you go into your character and you roll your perception twice.
Okay. So Petros checks all the walls for openings or other doorways. Doesn't find anything. You check over the entire room with your magnifying glass. Takes a bit longer since it's a lot slower to search. Don't find anything of note. Doe sniffs around once and then double checks just in case because he wants to search thoroughly. Similarly comes up empty. The three of you are fairly convinced there's nothing else of note here.
Can anyone identify the alchemy stuff? The crafting?
That would be either arcane or occult.
Could I do esoteric lore?
Sure.
I will do that.
The stairs, do they seem hollow?
No, they're made out of wood.
Yeah. Inside, like,
The stairs do not appear to be hollow. They appear to be made out of planks and boards.
I didn't know if there could be like a room underneath the stairs.
Okay.
Little part of
Um,
a room.
Closest you come up with is some sort of necromantic magic.
That way.
I think Ack knows what it is.
Yeah. Your conclusion is a speak with dead and or animate dead type spells and potions.
Well, I will let you all go up the stairs, and I'll go up last again for the same reason.
Okay.
I'll wait until everybody's up before I try to climb the stairs.
Okay. So, anything else anybody wants to do down here?
Not at this level, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if we searched it as thorough as we could, I think.
Is it made out of stone?
The walls, yes.
Yes.
What
I'd
about
like
the
to
floor?
talk to the stone and see if I can figure out if
Maybe
there's
talk to
any
what's in the floor.
passageways out of it because I have tremor sense with stone.
So you can feel passages.
With tremor sense.
Okay. Is that I assume that's a perception check?
It's just tremor sense and, for 20 feet. If you want me to do a perception again, but that's just tremor sense.
What's the ability?
I have, it's echoes in the stone. You tune your senses to the stone around you until the start of your, you gain imprecise tremor sense for 20 feet.
Okay. So, yeah, you don't detect anything, any other areas or anything moving in the immediate area.
Could you talk to the stone and see if it can tell you?
I didn't retrain.
Well, this is just one space of that whole area. It was all. The next room up is all from this time period. Like they kept this fresco and anything else in this basement. So let's go search the rest of the basement.
Okay. So you guys head back up?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. You guys head back up. The street outside, or a hallway outside, is empty. The other buildings are nearby. You start spreading out to start checking the other areas, and a figure steps out of the shadows ahead of you. His hands raised in peace. He's unusual in that his eyes glitter almost like that of an animal in the dark and the light. He calls out, "Good evening. It seems I'm not the only one searching for the Whispering Way. But alas, it appears they deserted this place some time ago. My name is Quinley Basdell, and I'm searching for my mother's killer. Perhaps we might be able to assist each other."
How did your mother pass?
She was killed.
By who?
Let's see what What is his story? She was killed. She was killed by the vampires of Caliphos.
There's vampires here.
Of course.
Fun.
So on some of the weird things we've seen, do you think the Countess is part of the vampire?
I don't know about that. The vampire councils are very secretive in the underworld. There is somebody hunting the vampires, and I believe they are the ones that killed my mother.
Oh, the hunters or the vampires, or you hunter?
The hunters of the vampires
Killed his mother.
killed my mother.
Was your mother a vampire?
Yes.
Are you a vampire?
No. I'm what is referred to as a Dompier,
Okay.
a day walker, a half vampire.
Okay.
So the hunters. Are you searching for the hunters, or are you searching for the Whispering Way?
I have no quarrel with the Whispering Way. Whatever your nature is irrelevant to me. I just want to find my mother's killer, and my tracking led to here. My mom may have been a vampire, but she was still my mother. I could use your help, and I can help you in return. I have connections above ground as well, if you need references. Otherwise, somebody is murdering vampires in the city, most notably my mother. I have no proof, but I suspect another vampire is responsible.
Vampires aren't inherently evil or good.
Are you asking the GM or are you asking him?
I'm asking the GM. Sorry, yeah. Because I know that that's a
Vampires are undead, and undead are by nature evil because they're trying to kill the living, and that's how they survive. Okay.
now the Dampier are actually a type of person we could choose out of game.
It's considered a civilized race.
Gotcha.
I mean, now it depending on your interpretation, it may fall into the half orc lizard man level.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a traditional dwarf elf human, but yes, it is one of the wide selection of civilized races that could conceivably be a character.
So,
Technically, vampire is too.
yeah.
It's an
But a
intelligent
vampire
undead.
Is undead, whereas Dampier are like that's
A Dampier has some of the traits of a vampire and some of them not.
Gotcha. So not necessarily undead.
Correct.
They may still need to eat blood or whatever. Not just
Correct.
Remember that body?
Trying to go with where my level of
Think Blade.
yeah.
I
So,
don't want to invest in some
Can I
silver
see if I've
bullet.
heard of this guy before?
This guy?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll do esoteric lore.
Werewolves.
Well,
And
maybe the
vampires.
person
Vampires
who
is the
killed his mother. There was a body not that long ago that had a
That's
stake
in silver.
stabbed into its chest, and then it burned up in the sunlight when it was dragged out.
sunlight.
Sunlight is in
Could be-
Vampires burn in the
I wonder
sunlight.
if the police
Stakes kill them.
No, you've never heard of this guy.
was investigating that
So-
body or whatever that jumped from the balcony and then caught on
It was
fire.
that body that caught on fire.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's
According to
that guy
him,
that we're talking to,
his-
son.
his theory is that somebody's been murdering vampires in the city, including his mother. He suspects another vampire is responsible because the killer has been too selective, too successful, and too secretive to be just a normal living vampire hunter. I want you to help me find the serial killer, unmask him, and bring him to justice. Okay? Now, to your question, are vampires evil? According to him, vampires are monsters, unrepentant villains. It's true. But in this country, they found a niche to survive. Okay? When the Whispering Tyrant fell at Gallowspire, the vampires laid down their weapons and conceded the field in exchange for peace. Since the Shining Crusade, the vampire clans of Caliphos have maintained the status quo. Now Ustalov's rulers hold court without fear of the tyrant's return, and the vampires are left alone. But these vampire slayings could create an entirely new war in the city and across the nation. And in a war between humans and vampires, who do you think would win?
And good point. Where was your mother killed? Where did they find her body?
Oh, in the old city.
In the old
It,
city?
it gives you a location that's not the same.
It wasn't the same as
No.
that. Okay.
No.
So when he would probably know if a vampire is dead and then moved into the light, its body will burn.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we've come across that. Multiple burn marks and one actual body
Yes.
pulled out in the light. So
The town guard has been keeping it quiet, but there have been many such murders in the recent days.
they said that was the first one that happened inside the city walls. Was your mother killed inside the city walls or outside?
Inside.
Inside. So they haven't even spoke about that yet.
Right.
I'm all for helping him if the rest of the group is as well.
Okay.
What type of blood do you like, huh?
Plus. 8 positive.
Oh no.
I'm particularly fond of that Doge blood. The shooting blood's the best.
It is
Bit gamey. So according to him, what he's offering is the vampires of Caliphos will be able to tell you where the Whispering Way went. He can introduce you to them. Okay? Although he's not affiliated with any of the clans, he does work for them occasionally as a free agent. And he knows their leader, Luvic Sirvaj, an elder vampire that predates the Whispering Tyrant.
Whoa, that's a lot of years.
Yep.
Oh wait, vampires live for like
Eternity.
Ever.
yeah.
As long as they have shooting blood.
As long as they're not stabbed with the
Let's see
stake.
if I've heard that guy before.
Sure.
I get all the.
You get all the weird knowledge.
Dad,
Yes.
this is to the GM, not the
Nope.
other person. What are vampires' weaknesses?
Ask your group.
Oh, okay.
You have not, but you have heard of rumors of vampires operating out of Caliphos. I mean, most of the country has undead of various forms, but you at least can confirm his story that at the end of the Shining Crusade, the vampires did surrender rather than continue fighting, and whether they were destroyed at the time or they went into hiding is uncertain, but it certainly matches up with what he's saying. Okay. According to him, he will take you to the Vampire Underground. Long ago, the streets of Caliphos were raised to install a proper sewer. The ground floors of many of the city buildings became basements. Their basements became sub-basements, and so on. The vampires claimed some of these areas for themselves. He can take you there, but you may have to get past a few guardians on the way. Okay. Once we get past the guardians, he can get you an audience with Luvic. If you can tell him you can find whoever's killing his people, he'll listen to you. Okay.
What's in it for you?
I just want to find my mother's killer. She may have been a vampire, but she was still my mother. I'm just one man. I can help you. You can help me.
So what brought you to the museum? What specific clue brought you here?
I've been watching you for a few days.
Okay.
So where the
Okay, we're so sneaky. No one can recognize.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Who bought that whole thing of garlic?
I have 10.
She's just got it wrapped around her neck.
It's on a bandolier.
Mm-hmm.
Some carry lotion.
it's an Italian
Some carry garlic.
vampire. That's why he doesn't mind.
I forgot about the lotions.
Some people vampires will like that.
Italian vampires love garlic.
He doesn't seem to be affected at all by the garlic.
No, I'm just saying when we go to the head vampire, you might want to stick that in your bag of holding.
I'm gonna have a hard time, but give it a shot, guys.
Okay.
I mean, it was still a life that
Really
was
testing
taken.
your
Oh no,
shiny-
no, it's not about her life dying, and it's
It's just about
like as
trusting
him,
them.
he isn't an issue for me. But I'm supposed to put the undead to rest.
Well, we're gonna put an undead to rest.
Right.
The vampire that's killing the vampires.
So we'll see how things go down there.
Maybe we'll need to act the diplomat again.
The whole time I'm just sitting here like this with the maze,
Yeah.
like oh.
Now, if you prefer, I have no issue if you decide to go to war with the vampires. I just predict that may not end well for the humans of the city.
Right.
He has no
Right.
loyalty either way. He can introduce you to the head vampire if you wish. If you decide to go all Priest of Pharasma on him, that's your call. Okay? He's not saying you can't do that.
But there's repercussions.
He's suggesting that might not be a great option. Okay? He doesn't care if you want to kill every vampire you see, and he cautions you that on the way to the vampires, there will be guardians, and no doubt will have to kill some because they don't let outsiders in. He can't get you through the door. He can just, once you're there, he can introduce you to their leader.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they may decide to eat you at that point.
So I'll get
So,
to know something.
maybe.
Maybe not, yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Or maybe I'll be a vampire by then.
Okay?
Or a
It
werewolf.
won't vampire.
Can you even be both a werefire?
Depends on what movie you watch.
So make your preparations and arrangements, and I will pick you up tomorrow at the theater,
Okay.
if that works.
Which theater?
The Heriday Theater, where you have been staying for the last several days.
There's multiple
He
theaters.
seems to know a lot about it.
He does. He's been watching every move.
They only have an entire lifetime to do so.
He's been following Doge for like a week.
So,
Yeah. So
Unfortunately,
he's
for some
gone
reason,
now.
my blood's too cold.
Sure, he leaves.
If we're gonna end up fighting vampires, I need to know so I can get some better bullets.
Wooden bullets?
Sure. Wooden bullets. Tiny little points on it.
Can I recall any knowledge about the weaknesses of vampires?
You can discuss all you wish. Everybody knows what vampires are. You are free to use whatever player knowledge on vampires you have. I will not confirm or deny any such rumors related to true vampires as far as how they play within Pathfinder.
What we
Okay.
saw.
Even if he's an expert on that field, he doesn't get any of that information.
He has esoteric lore,
Yeah.
which is not an expert on every field. It's knowledge about it's some knowledge about every field.
It's just that vampires are one of those common things that everyone knows about.
That's the thing. Everybody knows what vampires can and can't do. So having a skill roll for vampires is fundamentally irrelevant. And there's lots of different types of vampires. Without knowing the specific ones, you can't get. There's no specific knowledge that you can learn. It's like running into a dragon.
Yeah.
Well, do you know? Everybody knows what dragons can do. They can fly. They can breathe. They can breathe some sort of an elemental attack. But you're not going to have any specific information until you know what type of dragon you're running into. Okay? And there's numerous different types of vampires. Now, you guys know all the basics of them. I mean, most of you have seen movies, etc. You have the basics of what a vampire does.
You can't see the reflection in there.
We've
How about on a half one? Can you see a reflection on a half one?
Yes,
you see the lower half. Sorry.
just the backside.
Yep. Yep.
okay, so
They're really scary.
we do know from the one death that we saw of the body that burned up in the light. We do know that it had a stake stabbed through it.
Wow. Or at least sunlight definitely does.
Sunlight.
Mhm.
So we definitely.
Steaks, garlic.
Well, the garlic didn't affect him, but
That's general vampire folklore.
Is there something wrong, George?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay, because you seem like you're
I'm fine.
really upset about something.
I'm fine.
Okay,
Is there a store open?
at
No.
8 or 9 o'clock at night.
That one,
No,
That one crazy store is all night, right?
that market is yes.
I would
What do you want?
like sunlight bombs.
Yeah, if you go to Barragaro Road, that's open as soon as the sun goes down, and is the flea market for anything and everything you might try to find.
Yeah. And well, before we go back, then I would like to. We got 200 gold.
I feel like so silver is a thing they don't like. Let's get
That's
rid of that
werewolves.
That may.
Silver's a lot of different creatures.
I don't think vampires like religious, like holy symbols, right?
Yeah, we don't like holy symbols.
Let's see.
Holy water.
So we're looking for an item search.
I'm looking at like
And
sun
apparently
shots.
vampires
I don't know
don't
if
like
those
other
are actual
vampires.
woods that have sun rays or not. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay. In your actors list, you should now have access to a vampire spawn rogue, which is like a bare minimum vampire. That'll give you some references as far as weaknesses, abilities, etc. But like I said, I want to stress vampires have just as much variety as other creatures, and as intelligent undead, they keep all of their abilities of life and frequently get all sorts of other things. Okay.
They mutate just as much as humans do.
Yes. Okay. So it's a vampire template on top of whatever character they had originally, and then some creative license added on top of that.
Which tab under actors?
Under actors, just search for vampire. This didn't take.
It did not.
Well, that's because I didn't save changes. I just closed it. Show up now?
Yep.
Yeah. So you can see the equivalent for a vampire spawn rogue. Which is like the weak ones. The most important section, I believe, is the weaknesses section, which includes a bunch for general vampires.
Click where it says vampire spawn rogue. Immunities, death effects, disease, paralyzed, poison, sleep. Weaknesses.
So wooden stakes and
I see
sunlight
a 5.
Look in the description under passives. There's vampiric weaknesses. The main, the main issue with vampires is when you kill them, they don't die. They dissipate into a fog, go back to their coffin, regenerate, and then come and eat you again. So unless you can kill them in their coffin, you can't really defeat them.
Or destroy their coffin, right?
Or well, if you destroy their coffin, that works. But that's why they typically have many coffins.
Right. They just go to a different one.
Yeah.
And there's something called coffin restoration.
And its body rests in its coffin for an hour. The vampire gains 1 hit point, after which its fast healing kicks in and functions normally.
Takes 3
Hey,
actions.
Dad.
Does it say
Real
where?
quick, can you just double check something for me? In the ammunition section in the store, it says sunshot. Is that like actual like sun bullets or no? It's in the store.
I think there's holy steam ones too that like have holy water in them.
That's what too.
You could probably get holy water from the Temple of Pharasma for free.
What do you mean that it's in the store?
Like compendium browser, like
The compendium pack?
yeah.
Sunshot is slings, small metal bullets covered in sharp spikes called sunshots.
Oh, they look like
That's-
the sun. Yeah.
That's not. Okay. Thank you.
There's bottled sunlight, which is a type of alchemical bomb. Does D4 positive damage, 1 positive slash damage, as well as additional D4 fire damage. Only undead and other creatures with negative. His normal positive only affects undead and other creatures with negative healing. Undead with a particular vulnerability to sunlight, such as vampires or wraiths, take the maximum amount of positive damage from bottled sunlight, 4 instead of D4. For an ability that depends on the number of weapon dice bottled sunlight has, count only positive damage dice. Yeah. So
I really hope we can get in here and not have to fight anything. Is my hope. No, I don't like vampires. But
And I don't like you.
what we've got is we definitely need to. I just know we aren't going to survive if we go in swinging.
So vampires have revulsions. A vampire can't voluntarily come within 10 feet of brandish garlic or brandish religious symbol of a non-evil deity. To brandish it, you must interact to do so for 1 round, similar to raising a shield. If the vampire involuntarily comes within 10 feet of an object of its revulsion, it gains the fleeing condition, running from the object of its revulsion until it ends an action beyond 10 feet. After 1 round of being exposed to the subject of its revulsion, the vampire can attempt a will save as a single action which has the concentrate trait. On a success, it overcomes its revulsion for d6 rounds, or 1 hour on a critical success. Stakes. Stake driven through a vampire's heart drops the vampire to 0 HP and prevents it from healing above 0 HP, even in a coffin. Staking a vampire requires 3 actions and works only if the vampire is unconscious. If the stake is removed, the vampire can heal above 0 HP again. And if it's in his coffin, the 1 hour period begins. If the vampire's head is severed and anointed with holy water when the stake is in place, the vampire is destroyed. If exposed to direct sunlight, the vampire becomes slowed 1. The value increases by 1 each time the vampire ends its turn in sunlight. If the vampire loses all its actions, it is destroyed. Due to supernatural aversion to light, vampires don't cast shadows or show reflection in mirrors. So stakes in 1 water.
And sunlight.
Wooden stakes, not just
Wooden
stakes.
Not the stakes. Not the stakes.
Those are good for werewolves.
Exactly. Or Doge.
I have a necklace of knives.
That one I know you can
I was
pull.
about to get some
You can
grade A
pull
wagyu as well.
anything off of there,
You
so
kill a
that's good.
vampire.
I wasn't finding holy water in there at all, but
How much is a holy room?
I have a couple vials of holy water.
we need. I'm just thinking to protect ourselves. Really.
So you're saying we all need to have garlic necklaces?
Or just some holy water. It'll give you some run time, I guess. I am a holy symbol, so I guess I'm just gonna be revolting to them all day.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody got holy water? You got knives, necklace of stakes.
There is Necklace of Knives, which is 25 gold. You can make them into stone, steel, or wooden daggers.
If I'm blessed at a church, can I turn into a holy water elemental?
No.
I've got 203 gold left, so if people want necklace of knives, so they've got some stakes at knives, we could do that.
I prefer just get holy room.
I don't know how much a holy rune is. Is it more than 200?
That just deals an extra d6 of holy.
I'll take a steak.
Okay.
But yeah, the necklace of knives, they're like stone, wood, it's infinite.
So put a necklace of knives on yours, and I'll take 25 more of my gold. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll take 1.
I don't know. You want a necklace of knives?
You want a necklace of knives?
So you guys head to the
I should probably load up on holy water.
so you head to Baragara Road.
Yes. Yep. Gonna need to go there.
Okay.
See if we can find those necklaces.
Do you want a magical necklace of knives?
He
No?
does not.
So
And holy gold. Holy gold.
Holy
water.
Holy
Holy
gold.
gold is worth 2 gold. Holy water is 3 gold. It is holy water.
Does the necklace of knives have a specific trait?
Holy water is 3 gold.
That's for one use.
Conjuration invested in magical is what
Which
necklace of knives has.
area do we put the necklace of knives
In
on?
your inventory.
Yeah, but-
And and
okay,
just
armor.
drag and drop it.
Yeah, drag and drop it onto your character. Then you don't have to program everything.
How do you drag and drop the
You
necklace?
go, when you go into it, you can just,
Where is it?
You go to the items and search for the necklace.
Is this your mouse?
nope, that's mine.
I'll show you.
It's just a basic knife.
It's off, I think.
It's just a basic knife.
It comes out of a wooden stake. It is what you're gonna want to use it for. But if not, then yeah, you have knives or
Yeah.
maybe stone if you need them to be. But
Yeah, you can mix and match whatever you want.
take one action to interact with it to pull the knife, and then you got one in your hand.
Hmm.
But you gotta take 3 actions to save the
Necklace
vampire.
of fireballs.
What'd you say?
Oh,
Three actions to what?
It takes 3 actions and works only if the vampire is unconscious.
Oh, to kill. Yeah,
To
I
stake
guess.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stake it.
Yeah.
Good to have just in case. So we got 4 or 5.
I'll have them
Because
put
Jenny already had one.
What do you get in?
3. Not Doze.
What are you looking
Doze
for?
doesn't like sticks. Right.
Now he's going to be very distracted when everybody's throwing these stakes
That's
around.
right. Throw the steak. He brings it back. No. You left your steak, man.
So I wanted to just put in a throwing knife, just so that's programmed.
A throwing knife? No, add the necklace of knives. We
Yeah,
just
but
did that.
It's programming the attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I just put in one of those. Straight.
It doesn't add the knife already?
No.
Okay.
I will.
For the necklace of knives, it does say, so one action you pull up the knife, it fades away 1 round after it leaves your hand.
Yeah, be aware of that.
Yeah.
So,
And once it's out of their chest, they can. Once it fades away out of your hand, it fades out of their chest.
yeah. I mean, it's not going to be a great use to stake a vampire with, because as soon as you let go, it fades away.
But you could always, one person could stake it, the other person could cut off the head
Right.
and put holy water on it.
Constant
So
damage. So
you're gonna want to hold on.
So 3 people per vampire.
yeah.
You'll be fine.
So I am.
My understanding
the
is
coins
we
for that
don't all
one.
fight the vampires anyway, so I'm not about to.
Well, we're gonna have to fight a vampire at some point because a vampire is murdering the other vampires.
They do like sunshine. Sunshine just doesn't like them.
I know. I said, does she have spells that would be like a sun?
Well, you
Is Searing
typed in
Light?
all caps.
Searing light is not, but there's like a daylight, I think. There are spells that may have the effect of sunlight.
I think I ones that have the holy attribute, which does damage.
Sure.
They're good damage or whatever.
Disrupting.
Oh yeah, they're undead too, so disrupt undead.
Are these gonna be like permanent things? Like the
Yeah,
one
well,
we have an hour?
I'm maybe. I just think you have to look up all the information on the necklace of knives. Because I don't know, is there a limitation to how many there are, or if it's a forever necklace, or
It's infinite. It's just they fade away.
It's one at a time, but as many as you want.
yeah, it's useful.
Yeah.
For
That's also useful for me when I have my dueling pistol out.
yep,
That's
absolutely.
not knife, right? It's a weapon.
Now, holy water is one use is 3 gold.
Holy water gets expensive.
Bless the pool out in front.
You can. Doesn't make it holy water.
That's the whole pool.
Nope.
They're like, sorry, no, there was a dog in here earlier. Can't do it.
I like swimming in
The
the pools.
filter's clogged. They're trying to get the dog hair out.
Dad, what would it take to infuse bullets with holy water? If
I-
that's even possible.
I don't think it's possible.
Okay.
stick works just as good.
So Ben, Carter had a spell called Disrupt Undead.
I have that as a cantrip.
That one's really.
Effective.
Mm-hmm. The other piece is you guys can level up to level 12
That's good to know.
as you guys are preparing for your meeting with death. Okay. So, some time goes by. People retrain, level up, get spells, get equipment, etc. And loaded up with holy water and magical knives, you guys finally are ready to go. The guy meets you, Quinley meets you in the evening, shortly after nightfall. It's maybe 7 o'clock or so, to take you to the Vampire Underground, and so forth. Assuming everybody's going, assume nobody's staying behind. He leads you across town.
It's a good time to split up.
It is.
I'm going to put my dueling pistol in my bag of holding, just in case they ever ask us for weapons.
Okay. He doesn't seem concerned about the fact that people are bringing weapons. Okay. And he leads you to the northern edge of Restoration Park. He explains to you that at the far side of Restoration Park, at the glass house, the plant display, there is an entrance to the underground. The park's warden, half-elf druid by the name of Merrick Sias, is a vampire turned by Luvic himself, and maintains the city, the park, and so forth. Although the park is frequently host to vampires who hunt at night, would be village or townsfolk that wander the park. He believes that it should be quiet for the night. You guys are free to do what you wish, but you should make your way towards the glass house.
Alrighty. And he's with us, right?
He is with you, yes.
Alright, then I will,
He plans on coming with us.
He is going with you, yes.
well, yeah.
He says he is not a vampire. He doesn't really have any desire to fight the vampires. If you fight the vampires, that's your choice. He is neutral on that, so he's not going to participate. He won't hamper your efforts as such. He is accompanying you to make introductions to the vampire lords and so forth. Everything in between, he's basically just trailing along saying, yeah, you guys need to go over here, etc. Okay?
How does he have connections to the vampire lords?
He works for them.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I can't see the map.
You can't see the map?
I only can see
Or
it.
move it around or scroll out because most of it's
Scroll out. It's all
She's
to
still
the
in-
north.
She's still in Caliphos.
Oh, okay.
She says, yeah, her.
Okay, so let me activate. Hold on. Caliphos. And then I'll switch back to Restoration Park.
Man, I really want some map soon.
There we go.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Right.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. So scroll out and or
Then turn black.
move everybody there.
I'm there. Oops. Oh, they kicked her out.
Well,
It did that to me
It,
yesterday.
it kicked her out of the game.
Yeah, it went back to the sign-in page.
Okay.
For me, we were doing it yesterday and it clicked me all the way back to the desktop. So.
Computers.
what? Whoa.
Okay. So you are where you are. Feel free to explore, etc. As long as you guys don't go too far, or interact with anything, you are free to move around. When you see something, I will explain it.
Who's got the light?
Right now, it's a light pole
Oh.
burning.
Someone wanna cast some light on me?
I can cast light on you.
Yes.
Okay, so you are going to get a light.
Power of 10,000 suns.
And what is your radius for this light? Massive.
120 feet, I think. I'm actually serious.
I know.
Can she choose a different radius?
You
or-
can, you can
Oh.
I think you can purposely lower it down.
Check your app.
What?
Do you wanna
Casting
make-
light?
Yeah, just like to see how what the
If you
radius is.
if you click the light spell and click on cast, it'll put all the details out.
Oh. We could do that too.
Okay.
I don't know how this works. I'm not a spellcaster.
Okay.
Object glows, casting bright light, 60-foot radius.
Yeah, because you
You
went
wanna check the
through
height
a wall
thing
there.
because it's a heightened cantrip.
Yeah.
Collides with a wall.
For heightened, the object shines bright light, 60-foot radius, and dim light for the next 60 feet.
Right. So does it say heightened +1?
Heightened fourth.
It only go on the path.
I have to get my personal thing here.
Also, you left click. You left click and hold to move. Or wait, no, you.
Click and drag.
Oh yeah, you click. Yeah, you click and hold and drag.
Okay.
There's
So
an arrow keys. There's a wall there, supposedly. That's why you can't go there.
Yeah, so the wall.
is that a wall?
Yeah, you can only go on the road. These are walls otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're not supposed to technically be walls because obviously you can go off the path. But I tried to put various parameters as far as how far you can see into the underbrush, which is what that is representing. So if you wish to go off the path into the undergrowth and the bushes and everything, let me know. Otherwise, yeah, there's apparently some walls.
It's the magic video game walls that say you can't
I
go
think you're
here.
in a wall itself.
Inside a wall.
I think so.
Are you?
There you go. You're out now. But
It's the only
Is this
way.
a giant? This is one of the giant statues.
That is a giant statue. That is to, according to the plaque at the bottom, it's to Sastia Calavaso. It's a life-size alabaster statue, bit oversized for life-size. She was a greater than life person. It is an alabaster statue mounted to a block of granite, depicting the countess who refounded the city of Caliphos after the defeat of the Whispering Tyrant.
Isn't that the name of the one lady that you don't like?
The last name is the same.
Yeah.
She's still a countess. It's just it could be a different.
Same family.
Yeah.
And she refounded.
Now you know, to the east is the reflecting pool with the various statues and so forth. The glass house is to the south.
He wants us to continue to the glass house, so I will go to the glass house. So I'll come up with that.
Click. You have to select yourself.
Where?
One path.
Somebody is way behind the group.
Yeah, she's catching up.
Oh, okay. The witch decides to finally join you.
Where are you guys?
She's just up behind you.
As the group rapidly gets spread out, everybody give me a perception check. Make sure you select blind GM roll.
Blind GM roll. I got you.
I can't navigate.
You're here.
Correct, because I paused it while everybody makes a perception check.
Yeah. Perception.
as everybody gets spread out in the forest filled with potential vampires.
Oh. I got a question mark.
Okay. Bisque, up ahead in the next section of light, you can see a large stone statue of a man riding a warhorse. It appears to be a statue of Soyvidia Ustav, the founder of Ustalov, standing on a oversized horse wielding a upraised blade.
Guys, I found a statue.
You're really fine.
Yeah, he calls out loudly through the night. Around you, the only sounds you can hear is the distant sounds of the city at night. Fairly quiet, not much of anything, and occasionally a hiss from the lamps that are shedding the light in the area. The rest of the park is completely quiet, even that of animals and birds and so forth.
Yeah, I'll just wait.
Well, we know to the south then.
The easiest way is click on your character and then just use the arrows to go up, down, left, right. Arius is hanging back at the light with Doge. Everybody else has slowly moved up.
Try to make sure everybody gets.
Well, and the point that I'm going for is, if something happens, I'm going to posit wherever you're at is where you're at. So it is relevant to try to stay somewhat as a group. Well,
See, this is a lot of walls
So
and
now,
stuff.
now try and move towards the.
towards the path. Or
If you
Or I'll
stay
just
on the
move you.
rocks.
I'll just move you. Okay, that's fine. I'll just move you towards the group. There. Now you're with the group. It does take some self-control for the rest of the group to go slow enough that everybody's staying with them.
They can always be stuck way ahead too.
They could be, yes.
I feel like this is the correct south direction.
Yeah,
that we're
yeah,
going.
yeah.
Okay.
He's following along, quietly observing you guys.
Watching us run all over.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, you guys are sticking together. He doesn't seem concerned per se at this point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to maintain someone in the front in case combat happens, so that I can.
This is the horse. The horse.
Yeah,
movement.
this is the horse statue of Sorvidia Ustav, founder of Ustav. Okay, from here to the east is that new construction area of the pond. To the northeast leads to the reflecting pool, and to the south leads over to the glass house.
There's a reflecting pool.
Hmm. That's the one you swam in like the first day. You're more than welcome to split up. Go back for a swim. It was very enjoyable during the day. Doge heads off on his own.
If it was right there, maybe, but.
Okay, it looks like there's a structure up here with a bunch of doors.
Yeah. So up ahead of you, you can see the greenhouse approaching. There's a small rise of steps that lead up onto a large porch. Two massive pillars of stone support a roof overhead, and flank a pair of ornate gold-clad doors inscribed with sun motifs. All of the walls are filled with wide, tall glass, and the entire arched roof, maybe 30, 40 feet above, is completely composed of glass reinforced by metal.
Which way, Paladin?
He says, inside.
Okay. Or vampire, or whatever you want.
The doors are here. Everything else is marked as a door, but technically they're windows.
I'll open the doors.
Okay. You open up the door. Step in. As you do, there is, to your left and to your right, there are just lots of plants. Looks like a jungle in here, like you would see at a zoo. One of the plants right here is large and has a fairly stocky build to it. Sort of comes up with a wide trunk and then ends in almost like a cauliflower top. As you step in, shedding light across the entire thing, that plant visibly starts shaking and emitting some sort of piercing shrill in the air, generating quite a bit of noise in the area.
I look to the half vampire. And what is this?
He's moved into a combat stance and has pulled his sword.
Oh.
Says that's a shrieker. You seem to have set off the alarms or whatever. Somewhere in the place you hear rustling in the trees, and we will switch from this into a combat mode. As soon as I can get it to do that.
This is gonna be fun.
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, let's hide that.
To play with my new class feats.
Okay, we will do.
So you don't feel us.
What? This? Double click on your character.
Okay, give me just a second to add a couple of other people.
The chat.
I don't have to add anybody?
We're having a good old time with a half vampire.
Okay. The question is. Yeah, okay. I need to.
You guys didn't see this plant when you came here earlier?
If you can't,
They did,
you can do.
although I don't think anybody actually went into the greenhouse.
Yeah, those two.
Okay.
Those are
Yeah,
the-
the plant was here. During the day, it didn't do anything. It was just another one of the plants.
It tries to select whatever
So
here.
there you go, man.
Yeah.
So it's basically a trip alarm system.
Magic the dog peed on it.
I didn't pee on it. I did swim in the pond.
Okay.
The reflection pool side.
Bisque. As soon as the plant starts shrieking, what would you like to do?
Alright, I'd like to move into the room. It's where I'm like here. There. And then so the plant's shrieking and we're hearing a bunch of noises. Right? Like
No, you're not hearing a bunch of noises. You're hearing one very loud noise
okay.
Coming from the
coming from the plant.
And then I'm going to go and on the plant. Where is the plant?
Just that.
Right here.
Oh, alright. I'm gonna cast a scorching ray through the plant
Okay.
to get it to shut up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a snooze button.
1, 2, or 3 action. Well, 2 or 3 1 or 2 action. Better said. You already moved.
I'll do a 2 action. Oh, that's still a blind GM.
He could see
It
it.
said I rolled it too.
Okay. you hit it.
Alright.
Go ahead and roll the damage. Okay. You blast the plant for 8 points of damage from your Scorching Ray.
Yep.
It doesn't shut up. It sort of gurgles a little bit. It changes the tone, but it's still shrieking and making lots of noise.
Oh. Well.
Bar-
I'm just gonna take time to observe the forest.
a second one here starts shrieking. Okay. Give me a perception check.
Blind or what?
Yeah. Well,
Blind versus private.
Right, so the blind
Okay.
gem roll is blind to even you. And it just tells him if it's a private roll, I think it's between you and him. You don't
Correct.
Get to see it, we don't get to see it. But yeah, the blind jam rolls just so he can know that we failed.
Okay. Tespa.
Can I open the window so I can see in the room? Because it's a greenhouse.
The windows don't open.
Well, I'm talking about so I can see through them, not the move through.
Oh no, the windows are covered in like greenish mold, not mold per se, but just dirt.
Okay.
The lower windows haven't been cleaned very well, which is why you can't see through
I
them.
wouldn't have seen that then. It was
Okay.
outside.
So like moss.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, you peer through the windows trying to figure out where it's coming from.
That's why I was
All-
asking if I could look through it because of
Okay. All you see is you can make out the plants, but between the humidity and the growth and everything, the lower windows aren't very clear. So they just give you sort of a vague look into the place. Okay. Tess, what would you like to do? You got multiple things shrieking from inside.
I was gonna cast enhanced senses on myself.
You're better.
Okay. The shrieking gets much louder.
Well,
We're gonna alert the
I'm
guards.
looking at it for helping my vision.
Okay.
I see like a. I was gonna move toward the doorway.
Okay.
I was thinking of moving like right next to Zordon.
Okay. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Go for it then. Okay. You move in. You can see a couple of the plants shrieking and so forth.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Petros.
I'm gonna move there, just so I can see into the room. And then I'm just gonna look around and see if I can see anything. And just like scan through the forest.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Blind, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Was I supposed to do perception check too?
No, you cast a spell and moved.
Or? Okay.
He's specifically taking time to look.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. You don't see anything. Dahlia.
I'm just gonna move up one.
Okay. Just up to the edge of the wall.
That doesn't give me very good vision.
Yeah, I've noticed seeing that. Yeah, you gotta.
Move into the room. Swordlon.
I'm actually about to step outside and keep an eye out on the outside.
Okay. What about you, Arias?
I'm not foolish to. These plants aren't moving towards us or anything. They're just screaming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm keeping an eye out. He told us that this guy was supposed to be in here, so I'm watching for him.
Okay.
You need a private jam.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and I skipped over Ack and Doge because you guys didn't get on the initiative roll. Yep. Okay. So, Ack, what would you like to do?
I'll move up to the door.
Okay. Would you like to do anything else for your other two actions?
No.
Okay. Doge.
I'm moving up, but I'm staying watch on the outside to make sure nothing's coming in.
Okay. Inside, you see a large tree start moving. It has. Okay. It uproots itself and has. Okay. It moves here and then strikes out at Bisque with a branch with a large cup-like thing that as it reaches out at you tries to snap shut around you. Hitting a 39.
It's a hit.
Okay, you take 25 points of damage.
Ow.
And you are not sure what that symbol is. Okay, you take 25 points of damage, including 7 from poison, or from acidamine. And it grabs you as a result. It's okay. And then okay. It has grabbed. Okay. It attempts to swallow you.
You're a lizard. What do you expect?
And the size of a human.
Yep.
And it's tripled the size.
Bonus, man. Not for long. Alright.
Versus your reflex. Do you have a 32 reflex bonus or better?
I have a 21 reflex.
Okay. So it snaps you up and swallows you. You are now one of its branches. It's been wrapped around you, lifted up into the air, and are trapped within it. That makes you grabbed. Well, that applied it to it. So it's not grabbed on itself. But you are grabbed, and you are slowed, and you immediately start holding your breath. So what is your con modifier?
Where do I find con?
Basic character. Far left.
Left.
Con modifier. Bottom.
Nice as this computer is, it's running
My
awfully slow.
constitution is 16 and then
What's
plus
your
3.
plus 3? So you have 8 actions worth of breath.
Alright.
Minimum 1 per round.
Okay.
You know how that works?
I get 8 actions basically. Before I suffocate.
You go unconscious.
Before you die.
Die,
Yes.
die? Oh, I thought you were unconscious. No.
So I get 8
You're
actions to
unconscious
do
and you
something
start
while
Okay.
I'm inside.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you don't do anything.
Okay. So, Bisque, what would you like to do?
Okay. So what I'm going to do is
You can't cast spells. The holding breath, you can't cast spells, or else you just go unconscious.
Unless it's not verbal.
how do I know if it's
Let's say
components SV?
Is D is verbal.
I was gonna say I was just gonna grow into something huge and then bust out of it from the
Well,
inside.
first you take 18 points of damage as the digestive juices start dissolving you. Then you have 2 actions.
Alright, 2 actions. So basically I can't do anything that's verbal.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Alright. So and I need to let's see. What is not verbal?
You try to break out.
I'm trying to find
A
something.
spell that wouldn't be verbal would be a one-action spell, because all spells by nature are verbal, except for one actions that I've found.
Yeah, typically, yeah, I would agree with that. On your spell list, it'll list the components as well as the actions right on that chart.
Okay. So all my things I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, how do I bust out of this thing? So like it's impossible to use verbal.
Yes, that's what
Alright.
they said. You can't use verbal.
I'm going to. Is there a way to try to break out?
Yeah, that's what he's
Yes.
asking. You.
Acrobatics.
You can attempt to squeeze out, or you can attempt to force your way out, or if you have a small item, you can try to cut your way out.
I do have great acrobatics. So
Against a giant fly trap, go for it.
master in acrobatics.
Go for it, man.
So
Try it.
let's see.
That is unsuccessful.
Gosh darn it.
Third action?
You didn't roll very good. Try again.
I'll try again.
Okay, this one's at -5.
But I want to let him know, because I don't know if he knows the mechanics of suffocating, okay?
Okay.
Every single attempt burns a round of suffocation. So currently this round you burn 2.
Right. 1 for the round, plus 1 for the attempt. You attempt again, that's a third one out of your 8. Okay. If you can't reliably get out, then what I think what you're going for is just sit there and don't do anything, and then you have more rounds for other people to kill the creature.
Okay, I'm gonna just sit
Okay.
and wait.
Okay. So you have 6 breaths left
Alright.
at this point. Ack, what would you like to do?
I guess move into the room.
I have a necklace of milk.
I'm just saying you should be looking at it. That way you can figure out what your moves are.
If I cast stone skin on him, would that help anything?
You can't see him to target him.
Right.
Yeah.
He's inside the belly of the creature, in effect.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It would give it indigestion.
Maybe that's what he wants. Maybe then it has to use potions. Is that 5 foot each one of the bigger squares? Or?
Yes.
Each of these 4 squares is
Okay.
It's a convenient pattern to really confuse you with the extra squares.
you think you're a tiny creature.
Let's see. I'll cast Ray of Frost on the
Tree?
tree. Yeah.
Okay.
So how do I?
So you
Mouse
select
over it and press T. Okay. Then click cast on your spell.
So then Ray of Frost goes into here, I think. I got one right there too. Okay.
Okay.
What do I?
Just click the attack.
Oh, okay. Comes up. Roll.
Okay. You miss it with a 28. So it doesn't do anything. That's fine. Yeah, you rolled a 7.
Okay.
So, okay. Doge.
With my perception, do I hear anything on the outside, or is everything going
It's all quiet outside compared to the loud noises inside. You hear the sounds of spells being cast and and something crashing around, and a gurgled cry for help from Bisk.
I move in,
Okay.
and at this point, do I recognize which? Because I'm running in from outside. So
Do you recognize where the threat is? Well, the mushroom-like plant to your left and to the right is warbling and burning. In some cases, one of them's burning a little bit, and then there's a 15-foot tall Venus flytrap currently lashing about, holding what looks like a lizard-sized meal in one of its leaves.
okay.
It has quite a few other appendages and leaves to be able to scoop things up.
And that's the one that's directly to my right.
That is this one. Do you see the piece for the creature?
Directly
right
to your west.
The Grace bar there.
Oh, okay. My character's in the way. It's fine. Alright, there we go. So, the big one, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get up to it,
Okay, so you take a second action to move up to it.
and then I was already in wolf stance. I'm going to do a flurry on it.
Okay. So press T, mouse over and press T to target it. Okay. And then click your attack. Okay, 35 is a hit.
Do the damage.
Yeah, click the damage. Okay, it takes 16 points.
And then I'm going to do the second one with my flurry.
Okay.
Don't forget to remind it about the stunning fest.
What's that?
It gets a stunning. It has to make some stunning fist checks.
Is your attacks too stunning?
Okay. Second one is a critical hit, so click on the critical for the damage. For another 35. And then it needs to make 2 fortitude saves for your stunning fist. First one is a 28.
And that's off of my
Class DC.
class DC,
Which is right there.
31.
Okay, so it fails the first one, gets a 41 for the second. So it is stunned 1. Okay, then because you struck it, it gets a attack of opportunity against you.
Which I would like to use my perception,
Your reaction.
my reaction.
Okay. So it
Is it an attack of opportunity? I'm asking if it's attack of opportunity because he has other benefits against attack of
Yes.
opportunity.
So
Okay.
I have,
attack of opportunity.
I have the prevailing position and also the guarded movement.
Okay, so you use both of them. That makes your armor class a 41. It misses you. Okay? And then you're done because it's 2 actions and an attack. Barley.
Probably it's a magic plant.
I can't move.
You can't move?
It's walls. Yeah, that's my turn.
Barley trudges in.
He's loading.
Tespa.
Go plant.
Go plant?
Go plant.
Tespa cheers on the plant.
Uh-oh, we have an imposter in our group. Spy.
Okay, so you pass for the rest.
Yeah.
Petros.
I'm going to exploit vulnerability on the plant.
That's right, weed killer.
Sure, you kill her.
That's versus what?
That's versus a standard DC for its level.
Standard DC for its level. Oh man, you want to get complicated.
Hey plant, what's your DC?
What's your standard DC? Well, that's a companion browser.
Are you a succulent, an evergreen, a deciduous? What are you?
Are you an oak tree?
NPC roller. Okay. So a standard DC for its level. Once this comes up,
Excuse me.
that's what it says about that.
Let's hope that's the plant coughing me up.
Okay, so its level versus that is a pass.
Okay. So I learn its weaknesses. Add that card. So yeah, I learn the highest weakness and the highest resistance that can be bypassed.
Okay. Was that 2 actions, 1 action?
That's
What?
1 action.
Okay. What? No target. What's your character's name?
Petros.
That's what I thought. Well, that's not very useful. Is there a way to... Yeah, this is getting very complicated here. It'd be nice if it would be consistent. Okay, has no weaknesses.
Okay. So then I'll do the personal antithesis to give it the custom weakness 8 to my attacks. And so then I'll move up to it. And we'll go there. That's 1 move. And then I will attack it.
It's a miss.
Okay. That is turn.
Dahlia.
Rhea first.
It's just moving baseball around, isn't it?
It's like it has branches flopping all around.
So you said mouse over it and click.
The letter T.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, it's not giving me the letter T.
You gotta click the mouse button T. Your shot misses as well. Did you want to do anything for your third action?
Oh, I'll cast shield.
Okay. Gunslinger Zordlon.
I'll move into the room. Can I attempt to shoot the branch that is holding the lizard? Like, to make it drop?
Sure. Take a -2.
Effectively? Okay, I'm using Sniper's Aim, which gives me a +2 to attack, so it basically balances out. T. Where's this dice? Oh, there it is.
Okay. You hit the branch.
Damage.
Okay. It takes 24 plus is that includes some fire damage. And let's see. Give me a athletics check.
What, me?
Yes.
Alright. You said athletics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Okay. You fall to the ground there as the branch that was holding it gets shot out.
Alright.
Haha.
Thank you.
That's
Good
why
shot.
I am good with
Does he
guns.
land on his feet or
No,
is he,
he's
okay.
prone.
Just make sure I was.
Okay.
That's why I
Arius.
He's in big trouble.
I will raise my shield.
Will turn twice the size.
I will move. See if I can get. Nope. Can't. I will move here. And I will target him and hit him with my mace.
Okay.
I hope.
Success.
All right.
Okay. Takes 19 damage.
I was gonna say it doesn't take the holy damage. I was
Doesn't take
I was like,
positive
it's a-
damage.
I was positive. It's a plant. Like, come on. How evil can a plant be?
Makes it bigger.
It heals it.
Yeah. Sunlight. Thank you.
So that was one move and an attack, or
Raise shield. One
Okay.
movement attack. Yep.
okay. It goes. It has 2 actions. It's going to take the 2 actions to lash out at all 4 of you next to it.
All four?
All 4.
I only see three.
Disc is on the other side.
Oh.
Oh, great.
Okay, so starting with Arius, it hits a 34.
That's a miss.
Is it?
Yep. I have
I'm
shield.
sorry, it started with Doge.
Oh.
I selected
Oh.
Doge.
No,
34?
That is a hit because I cannot use the prevailing position again
Correct.
because I haven't used my turn.
Correct. So you take 24 points of damage. You are, let's see, you are grabbed immediately. I'll assign that at the end. Then it targets Arius. Hits a 45.
That's a hit.
It's a critical then.
No,
Yeah,
it can't be.
yeah, it is. Hits you for 50 points of damage,
I'll use my reaction,
which does.
which
Redeem the plant.
yeah, the plant still wants to attack me. It's enfeebled 2,
Okay.
and I get my level +2, so 14 points of life back.
14 back. And it is enfeebled 2.
That my grab as well.
Yes,
It's a lot of branches.
it
Let's
is.
prune it.
Then it strikes at Petros, hitting a 28,
That's a miss.
and at Bisque, getting a natural 20 for a critical of 48 points.
Oh. Trying to kill me.
He is working on it, yes. Okay, now he has a. That doesn't apply. All of you are grabbed, and then it takes another action for him to swallow you. So right now you're all grabbed, but not swallowed. That's what I wanted to
Is
check.
that a 2-action attack?
Yes,
Didn't he only have 2 actions because he was stunned 1?
he is. That's why he did only that, but he has improved grab, so it doesn't take any time.
Okay.
So,
I'm
did
transformed.
Petros didn't
My
get
turn's
grabbed because he got
next. I'm
missed, right?
Yeah, he missed me.
Okay.
Swallow me.
I just want to make sure.
No, that's
if he-
valid.
If he gets it, I'm like, man, that's
10 extra.
okay. No
hit
damage. It's touching me. Get it to stop touching me.
He is touching me.
Back out.
And this is really going slow. Where's G? G.
This is my own self-preservation at this point.
Okay, well
What
you're
damage
still
type
grabbed.
was that? Was that piercing?
It is piercing and acid. Okay. And then the plant is no longer slowed. But he is enfeebled.
And
So
he is on what is it? Ground. Because he's within 5 feet of me. He tries to move out. It's like what's the type of ground?
Difficult
Difficult terrain, that's what it is.
Okay.
He's not
I don't think he's planning on going anywhere.
Yeah.
But Bisk, what would you like to do?
Alright,
You're prone.
so I'm going to get up.
I just hear
Okay.
he's planted.
You are yes. He is planted.
And
Okay. So you're prone.
now I'm going to do dragon form. Let's see. That should turn me. I don't know.
Okay.
And
Which dragon are you going to try to do?
I'm going to do
So just okay. Never mind.
the red dragon.
Okay. So before you do that, make a roll a d20
Okay.
because you're grabbed. You have to succeed at a flat check of 5.
Wow.
Okay. So you succeed. You're now red.
All right. Let's see.
Just
I just added it to you.
All right. I don't think he can swallow me anymore.
Okay. So that's 2 actions plus standing. You're done. Ack. There's a big red dragon in the room.
Ack's entire village was destroyed by dragons.
So much.
Power word kill.
I will do a ray of frost on him. So.
Okay.
The dragons.
Yeah.
He's gonna kill me.
Attack.
Every time I see your character
37.
standing next to somebody, it only shows
37's a
everything
hit.
in the last letter. So this is Barley Bear, and I keep going. You're standing right next to Dak, and
Or the beard back. Or the beard
that's right. Kids are like master.
Do you apply the
blaster.
damage with the
Fine.
spell?
It's perfectly aligned.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, because we did the thing and then it hit him.
Yeah. It should have popped up the damage too.
are
Did
you
he not
targeting
target
the
the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's targeting it.
Yeah, it started.
He's not
Oh.
attacking you.
All right.
64 plus 5.
Plus whatever spellcasting. Yeah, 4 or 5.
I think that would just impose slowed on him.
Yeah, that spell effect will just add the slow. So just roll the dice. What is it? 64?
64 plus 5, I believe. Yeah.
64 plus 5.
Yeah.
Done. Takes 22 points. Okay. Doge,
Now I'm grabbed by him.
you are grabbed currently.
Now I can try to fight or release, or I can actually still hit.
Correct.
Even being grabbed.
Yep. All grab does is functionally make you not be able to move. You can't, i.e., you can't move squares. You're still able to move around. It's immobilized you.
Okay. So I am going.
It makes you flat-footed. It makes you immobilized. And anytime you manipulate something, you have to make a flat check of 5.
But as far as hitting him, I can hit.
That doesn't affect your hitting at all.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a flurry on him. He is targeted, right? I'm pretty sure I did that.
I think so.
Looks like it, yes.
Okay.
Either that or the stream board. Like you have the same color as the stream board, so I can't tell.
The stream board's not targeted anyway.
Streamboard, help us. People subscribe.
Yeah, that critical, huh? That's a critical hit. You do 38 points of damage to it. It gets a 42 on its saving throw.
And I have 31.
Okay.
No, that's not correct.
You don't have a 42, so that's all that
That
matters.
is a 31.
Okay, and your second attack? is also a hit.
Just a regular hit, right?
Yep. He is stunned by that one. Or slowed by that one. And takes damage. Yes,
Right.
so that's one action.
So now for my second action, I'm gonna go ahead and do another flurry on him.
You can't. You can only do one flurry in a given round.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and do a 2-action, 1-inch punch. So I click that
Yep.
right there, and I do the -4 now, correct?
Mhm.
Career wolf. Yeah.
No, it should be the
Yeah, -8.
-8. Because
Usually
because your flurry is 2 strikes. You already
usually
made
the
2 attacks.
strategy would be wolf drag then the flurry.
I gotcha.
So it's -8 in this case, but
Oh no.
you can do it. You can always try to break free of your grab.
I could.
Still -8 or -10 in that case. Yeah, that missed. Okay. Barley.
So where are the screaming plants?
The screaming plants. There is one here and one here.
Which one's burning?
This one is smoldering a little bit.
I want to go right here,
Okay.
and then I want to do a silencing strike on the non-screaming one.
You should be quiet.
If you're unconscious, you can't scream.
I don't know if there's a way I can just like post it on there so you can see the details.
Should be able to just click on the title of the ability.
This one's gonna meet a far worse fate.
Oh.
You smack the mushroom. It goes.
He eats it, it grows large.
Salad.
Oh, there's a way.
Strike silences.
They like the red.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, because it's the rage, they're automatically rage now.
Okay.
So you're not grabbed, right?
That plant really.
I think if it has the rage trait, you have to be raged to use it.
No, I have the ability, I auto rage whenever it has the rage trait now.
Oh, fancy.
Right. He gets mad at a moment's notice.
I guess.
That's the
No
triangle.
problem. You hit the stationary mushroom.
Okay. I just roll regular damage.
That's fine. Yeah, that's enough to silence it.
Okay.
Permanently.
And I guess I'll walk up to the next one.
Okay. Barleybeard does not like loud plants. Tespa, what would you like to do?
It's gotta be magic. I mean, it just makes sense.
He's tired of be messing up the noisy plants.
Tespa, what would you like to do?
I was gonna cast Lucy and Woozy on the big plant.
Woozy and woozy? what spell was this?
It's a chunk spell.
Lucy and Whimsy.
Elysian Whimsy. Okay, I'm not familiar with that one, but sure.
Target comes chunk.
Oh, the complicated spells.
So I click on the creature.
Click on the creature, mouse over it, press T. Okay.
There you go.
Then click on cast on your spell. And let's see what Woozy and Woozy does. Okay. Overwhelm it with unexpected, unpredictable desire. If it fails, its will save. Okay. So it needs to make a will save. So its will save is a critical success. It is not going to be Woozy and Woozy. What would you like to do for your third action?
Been great if it would have started dancing.
All the fleas.
Target is, yeah, overcome with a desire to give away its wealth.
Throwing pollen on it.
Throws leaves everywhere. Did you want to do anything on your third action?
I was just trying to see the distance between me and the large lizard.
Um,
I was just trying to see the range.
So you can use the measure tool. So yeah, you can measure yourself in minutes. That's not the measure tool.
Sorry about that.
Measure tool is the third one down on the right.
Okay, third one down on the right.
Oh, that was covered up.
Okay.
His right.
This guy right here. Or right sounds right. Or
Go
two.
back to the person again.
The person. Okay.
And
Oh,
yeah,
there
down
it is.
one.
Okay, sorry.
And they're both rulers.
Okay.
45 feet.
Alright. I'm afraid that's all I can do.
Okay. Petros.
So I'm gonna move over here
Okay.
for one move. And then I'm gonna use my chalice on the dragon, and since I have chalice adept, the life essence shed from blood empowers your chalice. If you or an ally within 30 feet takes piercing or slashing from a foe's crit, or takes persistent bleed, drinking from the chalice heals you more. So it's 5 hit points for each level I have, so 12 times 5 is 60, so you get 60 hit points.
Yay! Thank you.
Okay, go over that again.
So
That is a good one.
5
there.
times
So,
12.
so normally with the chalice, I can do one action. It's one action either way, to
Right.
sip and get temporary hit points, or to like drink it and actually heal.
Uh-huh.
And normally it's lower, but since he took, because of one of my other features, since he took a piercing crit last turn,
Okay.
it heals more. So it's 5 hit points per level I have. When drained, the chalice heals the creature 5 hit points per level I have.
Okay.
I had to do that before the end of this turn, or else the effect goes
Okay.
away.
So he heals 60 hit points.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he gets that, and then so that's 2 actions, and then I'm going to attack the creature for my last action.
It's got
Like
dragon
nice.
slobber all over it.
Now you got an almost fully healthy angry
Yeah.
dragon who's mad at plants right now. Luckily, I'm a fire dragon.
That's
too.
it.
You know what happens when plants come into contact with fire?
I just know that we're all surrounding this thing.
Okay. Takes 27 points and then takes a free attack against you.
It should take, and I'm sorry, it doesn't include my weakness in here. It
Okay.
should take 8 more, so that'll be 35. Yeah.
Okay.
And then attack.
Did you make your lightning, your one dice turn to lightning yourself, or is that automatic?
That's because I have a shock rune on it.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. And then it takes a strike at you. Once it wakes up, you can do it, dice. There it goes.
Yeah,
Where'd it
I
go?
was reading. Like, go this is cool thing.
Hidden to it.
Why are you hidden to it?
Because the creature's blind and dead. Because of his conditions on him.
Oh, okay. So it's all updated, all that. Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter. It didn't hit you anyways. So it goes down. Okay. It collapses.
I guess we're not grabbed anymore.
Nope, you are not grabbed anymore.
I'll click.
That's only the beginning.
Okay. What would you guys like to do?
I'm still smashing the other plant.
Right.
Where's the
Yeah,
vampire?
with another good strike or two, the other plant is silenced as well. Just a little bit of coming out of what's left of the mushroom. What would you guys like to do?
And
Where's
those
the
are the only
vampire?
2 that were screaming,
Yes.
correct? And, go ahead.
Vampire. Where is he?
Where's the vampire?
Yeah, that was.
The half vampire.
Oh, the half vampire is standing outside saying, "Is it dead?"
Yes. Come on.
Yeah,
Takes
Okay.
what
Let's
do
go.
we,
Thanks for the
Was
help.
that one
Right.
of the?
He said he wasn't going to help.
did you know about this? Like their security? Like it would probably be good to tell us in advance if you know any security features. They
Well,
have.
no, I normally go in other areas and everything. So, I mean, this is about the safest for you people.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask why we weren't going that way. I'm just testing.
No, he doesn't normally take the visitor entrance. He takes the more secure entrances because he's allowed to.
Gotcha.
He's taking you through the simpler ones where he doesn't really know.
Do I see any more plants moving in the foliage?
There's lots of plants moving because of your bulk.
Every time he bumps into one,
Okay.
he's like,
But no, there doesn't seem to be anything else animated in here.
were we supposed to meet his half elf, half elf vampire or whatever in here?
The half elf vampire. That's the guy that's following you.
It was no.
the druid that takes care of this place.
No, I don't know where Merrick is, but he'll be one of the guardians.
Oh, okay.
He's not here to meet you.
Oh, he's here to beat us.
He's the guardian of this entrance.
Gotcha.
So he heads over to this area over here, where you see a gardening station. Why don't you guys go over there? There's like a work table and everything. On the floor is a large iron grate where water would typically drain out of. He reaches down, lifts it up, and moves it out of the way.
I'm gonna check out these bones I see over here.
Okay?
Yeah,
Oh
what
no,
is
that's a
it,
tree. Never mind.
Oh, I was like,
It looks. It honestly looks like vampire stone.
I'm pretty sure we checked out this
Yeah.
area.
That's why I was trying to.
You guys have been here, yes, during the day.
Hey, does somebody want to cast light on me and I'll check it out real quick?
well, we're all going down there, so
Yeah,
and they already, she's already cast light on me, so
There you go.
wherever that grate is, I'll
Yeah,
drop down further.
there's a metal ladder
Okay.
leading down into a lower section.
So I need to put both my shield and my hammer away, or just a hammer? Okay.
You're gonna need two hands. Well, or you can take the fast way.
Yeah, I don't like the fast way.
Okay.
Too heavy for that.
It-
I'll
So,
put
yep,
my
I'll put
rifle.
which causes you with a simple
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
You're still
I don't
targeting
know.
me, by the way.
I'm still targeting you. That's
Yeah.
okay. There's nothing to target you right now.
So yeah, I'll put my stuff away and climb down first.
Until there is.
I'll go.
Shield still has the light spell,
Dragon.
so the shield will still give me light on the way down.
I'll go right after him.
Okay, so let me get to the next map. This computer is really kind of slow. I'm on the side one, which is supposed to be one of the good ones, but are all the other computers working okay?
Yeah.
No major issues. So
Except for getting kicked off once.
yeah, except for that one time, but otherwise, performance-wise, everything's running fine.
Yeah.
So
What
much.
computer are you using?
I'm using Gollum.
Well,
It's,
that's why.
yeah, it's always causing problems. I know it's had problems with yours too.
Every time I'm slow, it's pissing.
I figured it is.
That's why they call it.
It's not because you're confused about anything.
That's right.
How big of an
Okay.
entrance to the next area is it?
Well, let me find it first.
I think your spells could go away here in a minute or two.
Yeah, your spell only lasts a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So by the time it goes, you can remove that effect, which will shrink you back down.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool that it's applying it and actually making you larger at the same time.
To the right
Yeah.
side.
That's kind of convenient. Okay, so we go to let me do this. Figure out where you guys are. Okay. So first one. It's so slow to select anything. This first one down is Arius. Okay.
I told you there
If there's light on my shield.
There is, okay.
Okay.
Let me reapply that because it's a
appreciate
different
it.
token. Light.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's three things around me.
120.
Put the light back off. Turn it back on.
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Survival instinct. And you need to be a
Alright,
big,
I will.
There you go.
I'll move over out of the way and pull my shield and my hammer out.
Okay, who's coming down second?
Me.
Okay.
Zoltan. Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
I'll go
I'll get-
next.
I'll get my rifle out and point it
I'll
at
go
the door.
after Bisk.
Okay, Bisk.
Doors, pesky doors.
I want that vampire to go before me.
The
so
door.
I'll be going last.
He's going last. He's not here to fight.
I understand. I
He's here
just
to
don't
shut the
care.
grate
I'm,
behind
I'm
us.
always the one following behind. He has to go.
Okay.
And then we're gonna see another sleeper hold in the chat here.
Who's going after Bisk? I think that was you. Okay,
Gotta
so
be careful out there.
you just gotta get Bisque off the ladder before you go down.
I'll go.
All right, someone's gonna have to open the door now, probably. So.
It's Arias. Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's all. We loaded and ready to go.
Who's after Dahlia?
Oscar.
Okay.
Am I able to like meditate a focus point back while everyone's climbing down? Or
No.
No.
It's 10 minutes, buddy.
Minutes.
And after Dahlia?
Let me know.
I wish I could have like
Okay.
a focus point.
Tespa's still on the ladder.
That's fine.
I'm making sure the fire on that plant's put out.
Okay, yeah, it was just smoldering. Wasn't really burning as such. Not like it was on burning that much. Okay, after Ack,
Yeah, they're not as impressive.
that's 5, 6, 7. So we got Doge and Barley.
I'll go down.
Okay.
Stabilize and disrupt undead.
That's going to leave Doge and the other vampire.
Right. I'm asking the vampire, hey, I always follow the trail. Do you mind going up ahead? I just,
Okay, he goes down.
I wasn't trying to be confrontational. I'm just playing the way my character
That's fine.
plays.
He goes down.
Negotiators.
Okay, so everybody's here, crammed into this narrow room.
Open the door.
Let me see if there's anything actually of value here. Corpses. No, nothing here.
I will, they say through this door to the,
Yeah.
fire, seeing how it's the only door. Alright. I will move it in and out of the way here. Everybody come in.
So you step out onto a area. Bisque walks out and jumps into the sewage.
Oh.
It drops. It goes up most to your waist, especially for you, almost to your shoulders. So you are swimming. It has a very slight flow, and there's lots of chunkies in the water and other things.
You're gonna love this.
Okay. It is otherwise a quiet tunnel. The bright light from your shield illuminates quite a bit. There's a couple of old metal doors that lead out of the sewers that you can see from where you're at.
Where to next? Just further down the path or through one of these doors? He's like, I don't know.
So the doors to the south.
Okay. I'll go up here to the south door. And, there's some other stuff further
I'm
down.
keeping an eye out on our surroundings, see if
Yeah.
anything's moving.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Standing on Aria's pen.
Quit standing on Arya.
I'm an old man. I don't like it. I'm crotchety.
And total lack of preparation. Okay, so let me get you some details here. So the chamber you came into was a 15-foot diameter chamber beneath the sewer grates. There's a shallow trough in the floor that carries a trickle of water to the main sewer beyond, and a large iron grate up above that blocked it, that he had removed out of the way. This main section here has a narrow 5-foot wide walkway hugging the wall of the low ceiling sewer. The current moves to the east, frothing and gurgling under a stone bridge before crossing to the other side. The doors here are all heavy metal construction. Looks like iron, more than a bit rusty. Loud creaking whenever they open type stuff, leading into other areas. According to the guy, you need to head south into that next room. Okay.
and attempt to push open the door.
Okay. Give me a will save.
Will save. Alright, a 24.
Okay. There is a flash of magic, and you are stunned.
Okay.
Or, for your purposes, slowed. It's an ongoing effect. Okay. Inside, as soon as it will react. Okay, this is getting annoying. Why are you not? Just a second. For some reason, the settings keep changing on me, or it keeps locking up.
You shouldn't use magic. Tends to backlash on you.
I don't use magic.
Those lay on hands things.
I haven't even laid on anybody's hands on anybody. Not even myself.
It's what happens. It's what happens when you use magic. Occasionally, just backlashes on you. Can't have it.
Tried so many. Percent?
What's the skill that you use to detect traps? Isn't it like perception?
Yeah.
Probably. To see them and see a way to visible maybe.
Well, for now on, probably find
Okay,
out.
well, that probably helped then.
The game is paused.
Yep, game is paused.
Boy, this makes it.
Well, I apparently did not prepare very much here. So, obviously, my preparation is lacking. Or I am missing some things. Where are we? Could have sworn I went through all these things.
Just every time I see slowed, all I can think is the sloth from that movie. He's like, hey God,
From
Zootopia.
go,
Kick you out of
go.
This is great at the D&D.
Yeah, have you seen the one where he proposes? It's a short movie. He proposes to his girlfriend.
I might have. It's been a
Will
while though.
you marry me? And she's like, no. And everybody's like, oh. And she's like, way. It's great.
I just remember when that movie came out.
Okay.
That preview was like the best part of that movie.
But it was the ultimate roast to the DMV
I
because
sense things now.
You sense things?
Yeah.
the point is bureaucracy
Yeah.
goes slow.
Okay, as you open the door, there's a flash of magic, and almost immediately, George senses things that were previously not moving, that are now moving.
Looks like this cantrip's gonna come in handy.
Despite the apparently very slow reaction of the computer, Bisk, you are first.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, let's see.
So we're going into combat. Is that what's?
I don't know.
There's a
See
flash of
anything inside?
energy from the door,
Yeah.
and then George says there's something moving inside.
Okay.
And you hear the sounds of something moving inside as things wake up or otherwise start moving. Take that as you wish.
All right.
Now, if you want to go charging first into the room to see what it would be,
I'm gonna let someone
By all
else go
means.
first this time, so I'm not swallowed by a plan again.
Okay.
At least fortune points were a thing in this game. Just jump the initiative.
Oh, yeah, fortune.
Okay. Tespa.
Anybody else have an initiative tracker?
You have to pull it up, Ben.
Bottom
Yeah,
left,
it's
there's a
on
little.
It's also pause.
Oh. Okay. Bottom left, there's a little merry-go-round symbol. Click on that; it'll pop up the initiative tracker.
Okay.
Tespa, what would you like to do?
I'll hold my action.
Okay. Ack.
Hold my action.
Okay.
So dispel magic was cast on what's his name?
Seemed like he activated some sort of magical trap.
Okay. I think I'll cast. Where is it? Dispel magic.
What level one do you want to do?
I was gonna do like second level. There it is. How about cast dispel magic on him? So it was it was cast on him, right? Or just on in general?
It was targeted him, yes.
Okay. So again, T.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
it's a dispel magic. You don't need to really worry about it that much.
okay.
Just cast your spell, so that it marks it off your list, and then click on the counteract. In the chat, there's a button that says counteract.
Okay. And roll.
Okay, so if it is a level 0 spell, you fail to counteract any spell on the target. You critically failed it.
Okay.
Okay, so Arius, what would you like to do? You have 2 actions.
I will raise my shield.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a vampire spawn. Must have my. I'm not the vampire spawn. Click my die. Raise my shield. There we go. Sorry.
Okay.
I will move forward. Oh, yeah.
Okay. The next creature. Every time I click on something, I have to wait a couple of seconds. Okay. Okay. Which one is this? That would be useful. Nope. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this one steps over here, takes an attack at you. A 19 and 16. Yeah. Barleybeard.
Since I can sense him, I'm gonna go right there.
Okay.
And I guess I'm going to rage and just attack the dude.
Okay. I think you got him.
I didn't target him. I could still apply the damage.
I know.
I can't target him. I think it's because we own them. I think it's the issue.
Okay. should be able to. But I'll check that and change these back so that you don't own them. Okay, roll your damage.
No, I didn't. Never mind.
Oh.
I won't worry about the extra rage damage. I raged myself. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so you hit him and then you rage.
Wasn't mad until now.
Okay. Yeah, it took a fair bit of damage. That was all 3 actions?
Yep.
Okay. So... Oh, I guess I skipped over somebody. So, Petros.
That's 2 there. That's 1 move there. Then I'll exploit vulnerability. What are the creatures?
They appear to be human
Okay.
in not very good health,
Okay.
with blood dripping down their mouth. Dried blood.
Well, I
They
will
got a bloody lip.
exploit vulnerability against them.
I didn't aim for the lip on this person.
You didn't know.
I didn't aim for the lip on.
No.
So it's not anyway.
Okay, they have no vulnerabilities.
They have no. Okay. So I guess I'll attack this guy.
Got him. For a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh wow.
Okay, take him out. You slice him down as the group charges into the room. The one over here leaps out towards you and strikes at Arius. They seem almost feral in their approach.
Okay.
Striking a 34
Miss.
and a 26. Okay. We go to this creature. And then we go to Dahlia.
Dahlia is gonna cast light on herself first off.
Light on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because we're up here in the dark.
You are in the dark.
I don't like the dark. Do I need to target myself and hit cast?
Nope.
No?
I just light it.
Thanks. And then I'm just gonna move. Yeah, one more. That's it.
Okay. So, a moment while I get some updates out here. Okay, so then we go to that one. The southern one here leaps at Arius because it doesn't know any better as far as how accurate everything is. Claws at you a couple of times. It's going to hit a 28, which I'm sure misses you, and a 18. Okay.
I was assuming you're not doing critical because there's so many guys.
Yeah, I'm not in general using the cards anymore anyways. We're just going with double damage and just a miss.
Gotcha.
Zordlon.
To move. Wait. Oh, there's a guy right there. I'm going to quick draw a knife and stab the guy right next to me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
It's critical.
Yeah, we'll just run with this. 27 points of damage to that guy. And then, so move, quick draw, and then want to shoot my rifle. At him. So, this is 80 minus 5. Ow.
That's a miss.
Okay.
Okay, the one next to you strikes at you.
Okay.
19. 20.
Miss.
No, 13 and 20. So, yeah. Then this one comes out of the doorway to attack Petros. $17.
Yes.
And a 20.
Yes.
Doge.
Is the vampire or our traveling vampire, half vampire, is he still in front of me?
Yes. I don't have him on the board because he's not going to participate.
I gotcha. So I can assume that he's coming into that building though, at least.
That room?
That room?
Not while there's combat. He's standing back there behind Tespa right now. If you don't trust him and you're planning to keep an eye on him, then yeah, he's been lingering back every time.
Okay.
That's what
I'm
he
gonna-
said he was going to do too. So.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, I know.
Good
I'll
job
withhold
doing
my.
what you were doing.
okay, you wait there to keep an eye.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have this one is going to move over here and attack Zordon. So far hasn't been much of a threat. A 17. 29.
Miss.
Close. Okay, Bisque.
Alright. I'm going to go and get into the room. Well, it's kind of blocked up right now, but I'll just.
It's one action.
Um,
Turn into a red dragon.
nah, it's a little tight of a space. Let's see. Am I more than 30 feet away from the two guys I can see in the doorway?
No.
Okay. Or the two undead or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to do a disrupt undead on this one. Let's see. The right one is targeted. Alright.
Yeah.
So it's gotta do a save DC.
It gets a critical failure.
Alright.
So roll your damage.
So that's a pretty good cantrip on this thing.
27. And then since it critically fails, it is enfeebled 1 for 1 round.
Okay. Okay, and it took a whole bunch of damage. Tespa.
Let's see.
Okay.
I was gonna hit the one that's like to the left of Arius.
Okay.
Like with a fire ray.
Okay. So target him, then cast the fire ray.
This is kind of cool in the aspect of is she doesn't have a clue who was targeted before or who wasn't.
Right.
I kind of like that.
It's there's aspects of it that's really good. A lot of it's a matter of getting used to the software
Right.
and getting a little faster on it. Okay, so you shoot the target ray or the fire ray. Go ahead and click your attack. Which hits the creature. So then roll the click the damage.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's a
Okay. It takes 42 damage.
Oh wow, it's not dead.
I think it felt it.
Okay.
Wow.
Ack.
I'm gonna do a measurement here.
Lightning bolt. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, that's 30 feet.
He's like, yeah,
I'm gonna do. I can just see the edge. There are two whatever in there. Okay, I'm gonna use an electric arc, so target both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Token select.
Token select. What's that?
Top left. Select target. That.
Select tokens.
Click that.
Okay.
And then target both of them.
Like that.
You didn't target the other one.
Right there.
Shift T for the second one.
Shit. Oh.
See, it wasn't T. You gotta do T on it.
Shift T.
Now they're targeted.
Okay.
Okay. Then cast your electric arc. Okay. So roll the. One of them gets a critical failure. The other one gets a success. Then roll the damage.
Damage isn't on here.
Damage is not on there, of course.
There's the save things, and I don't know if clicking that would do it, but
I think what it's supposed to be is Axe supposed to click reflex saving throws after he gets the levels of success. That's when it pops up the damage. I think that's how it's supposed to be
oh, when the
instead of
unknown
rolling
tokens.
independent.
I don't know. What's your damage for your thing? I think the cantrips are confused.
What,
Okay.
what do
I don't know.
plus 5.
64 plus 5.
64 plus 5? Okay. So they take 20 points from the blast. The one on. I don't know which one this is. That's. That one on the right is vaporized in the blast. The other one gets a success and only takes 10 points. Okay. First creature over here. Okay, you see fog start to issue into the room, a mist, and then a creature materializes here, and then casts a spell.
Going right down that line.
And
Yeah, I just realized we're in a horrible position where we could all get hit by a spell.
right here bursts into flame.
Right where?
The line we're all standing in.
Oh.
Okay. pops in. That's all it does right now.
Is it lingering?
It is lingering. Okay. Arius, you start off by taking 46 damage.
4d6.
6.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
46.
Yeah, you hit me like, oh, good luck, everybody else.
No, you take 21 points of damage from the fire.
Okay.
Half of that.
And I am slow, so I have 2 actions.
Wall of fire.
Can you just spell his slow or? You can't just spell his slow wording at all. Arius.
I don't
What are you doing, Arius?
So this is
Just
my
spell
first
magic
time
or
attempting
anything.
to cast this using this system.
Okay.
Eradicate undeath. It's
Okay.
2 actions. So
How many
I don't-
targets does it have?
It has a 30-foot cone.
Okay. So click cast the spell.
Okay.
We can just like not cast this.
That's a spell.
You don't want him to eradicate the undead?
No, he
Oh,
gets spells.
it says place 30-foot cone.
Right. Place 30-foot cone.
Okay. How do I rotate it?
I believe it is rotate the middle mouse button.
Makes me zoom in and out.
Okay, then try control rotate. Or shift rotate. One of them does it.
Is it maybe control click?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. Just place it somewhere and then tell me which ones you're going to go for.
Okay.
'Cause, I mean, where you're at, there's only limited options.
Yeah, I'm gonna place it downward.
Okay, so you want to hit the one nearest you and then the one that just cast the spell.
Yeah.
Okay. I figure that's where you were aiming
Yeah.
for. So I'll figure out how to do that. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to target both of them.
Yep.
So first you're going to we have to target them.
Okay. So just T and then
T and then shift T.
shift T. Okay.
Okay. Then according to George, you roll the
Save DC 30.
Yeah,
basic.
save DC.
okay.
30.
Okay, and it says fortitude saving throw for maybe them. Did it work?
No, that didn't.
My fortitude's amazing.
It has a different box compared to the electric arc. I was talking about for the electric arc.
Right.
This one has a different box now.
Okay.
But then it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say there's a save on this at all. It just says each undead creature.
Okay.
takes
So here we do that. Target. Nope. Save DC.
Maybe once you have
There we
a
go.
target-
I got them.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, they both failed.
Okay.
Now click damage.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's-
There you go. So they both take 48 points.
and it's good positive damage.
One gets.
But I get to keep.
Okay. The creature next to you is vaporized into a pile of smelly dust. The other one is injured.
I can handle these.
Okay, is that all your action?
That is, I only have 2 actions, and it's a 2-action.
Okay.
Focus spell. I didn't know there was this, but
Okay. Another creature appears coming out of the mist. And places a ball of flame on Dahlia. Give me a reflex save. Or I can roll a 4. Again, this is
on you later. But
Oh!
oh,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
one
She doesn't take any damage. Again, the cantrips for some reason aren't showing the damage dice. So
That was funny because his dead though on the disrupt undead.
okay.
They got angry faces too.
They do.
Game mad.
I have a feeling we're killing the vampires we're supposed to meet with.
They cast spells.
No,
and
it
lasers
was
are-
gonna be there was gonna be people along the way we had to get rid
Oh,
of.
these are the guardians.
Plus, they get to go to their coffin and respawn. So
Right. We'll meet them again later.
yeah, not killing them.
We're just
already dead.
putting them in a different location for now until.
Yeah.
It's just lock the door on the coffin. Right? Alright.
Lock the coffin.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Manacles all day.
No,
That
it's
way-
like a bed
that way
in
they can
Minecraft.
destroy their own
Destroy the
coffin
bed
and
and
get out.
they respawn into different spawn point.
Looking at you guys all over.
You could have put, you know, how you fucking
Hard to do
Look at that safety
up
vest.
on there. The second
Ah,
you
you're
came
fine.
on. And so, I
Well.
wouldn't do people shape.
And this spell doesn't even have the effect.
Thanks.
It doesn't have any effects that I can just add. Because that makes them useful. Okay.
This one here. Like hand.
Like people shouldn't cast spells with your phone there.
Apparently.
Unreliable.
Okay. The one over here that just appeared casts a spell and encases himself in a shield of fire.
Huh? Fire.
Barleybeard.
I am going to take 2 actions to smack the wall that's on top of it.
To smack the wall?
Yeah.
The wall of fire?
Yes.
Do you get some ability
I
to
put it
dispel
in the
magic?
chat, Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Sunder spell. Super Fury. Doesn't have an AC. Okay, go for it.
That's amazing. I'm not
Mhm.
gonna lie.
What does it do?
Read it. It's right there, man.
You got it.
It dispels. It dispels
Okay,
magic.
now you get to attempt a counteract using your.
Using the attack
Here.
Yeah.
and it's based off of the half your level, which is auto items.
It
So
doesn't. That's what the spell does.
Oh, it's getting rid of it.
Yeah, he studied.
So you dispel magic, but you hate magic.
He just didn't
That's
have to
why
spell to do it.
he dispels it. Okay, so you did a level 37 dispel versus spell level equal to your own.
So
Okay.
Probably against his like spell DC or something.
Yeah, it's versus a spell DC, and then his base level is 6 because you guys are casting level 6 spells.
And if I succeed, I dispel level 8 or right on that.
Okay, so the dwarf says, "You shall not have a wall of fire," and gets rid of it.
Do I need to take some damage from the wall?
You do. You need to take 46 because that happened before at the start of your turn.
And do you want to roll the flat check to see if the magic affects me anyway? Because I have a DC flat check of 3 on one or a 2.
Yes,
if
it did
doesn't affect
succeed.
me. Okay.
It did 13 points to you.
13, so I take 0.
Well,
Totally see why that
Because I have
10
damage
hit points.
Yep. I have resistance. I have resistance. So I take 1 point. I have resistance 12 to fire spells.
Damn.
Okay, so you take 1 point.
Well, he can't take healing.
I'll mark it down on mine.
I've typed it in. It's probably going to put like 5 penalties on you real quick.
I'll fix
So
it then. And then I'm gonna move up right here. And that's for turn.
okay,
Get him, dude.
Petros.
Okay.
No
I'm
roll for
going
that.
to use twin weakness on the guy right next to me. So it's a 2-action attack, and any roll attack but a critical failure, I deal additional damage from my exploit vulnerability again. So it's like a power attack.
I'm assuming you hit him.
Yeah, it's a crit. So critical. And the game crashes.
77.
That's a lot of damage.
He's probably something.
My game crashed.
It's
Okay.
right, everybody else, we all say it.
His spell was so
Should
powerful it
be-
crashed his game.
It's 77, man.
77 plus should be 93 points total, including my weakness.
His attack was so powerful it broke the matrix.
And it did. There's just blue diamond on my screen.
The weakness doesn't double.
It does because I used the twin weakness, which adds it again, but it takes 2 attack. It takes 2 actions.
Okay, so it's gone.
Slice.
And
showed you move.
Okay.
And then move back.
Yeah.
So then I'm gonna move.
He knows the cubic better.
Into the
over
vampire.
to
That's right.
that
He's
one,
gonna
yeah.
jump in.
Okay.
So 3 actions.
Oh, let's see. We got this guy over somewhere. That one. Okay. That one is going to appear there. And then he is going to cast a spell. And he is going to cast
Elysian Whimsy.
Elysian Whimsy? No. He is not casting Elysian Whimsy.
Jenny really wants to see that work on somebody or something. Everybody just starts dancing.
I was thinking if it gave stuff away, it would give. If it had something in its
Oh,
sleeves,
yeah.
it would give them away.
I have a lizard.
Very short and comes from effective.
There's a fireball there. Okay, so now I need to target everybody.
Now I have a reaction, fire barrier, flame barrier.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not in it.
Trigger an effect that would deal fire damage to either you or an ally within range. You swiftly deflect incoming flames. The target gains fire resistance 15 against the triggering effect. It's 30 feet.
Okay, so you're going to use that?
Yep.
And who are you going to protect?
Is it anybody within the 30 feet?
It's one person.
One person within 30 feet.
You or anybody else.
I'm gonna roll the flat check on it. If that's okay.
Do you get
There-
to
So
know
it's easy
after
because
damage?
it's
Okay.
anytime I'm targeted with the spell.
Trigger.
Okay, so it still affects me.
Trigger an effect that would deal fire damage to either
I
you
figured
or
that
an
would be an
ally.
easier way of doing
So I
it.
think you can choose after we roll our saves because it's after someone takes fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I rolled all the saves. And of course, it's not showing the damage. So this is fairly useless. And this is just a basic fireball. So this is not going to work for me. So going through the effects, Barleybeard, you are immune anyways. Arius, you take half
Half of what?
of 17. Petros failed. Zordlon failed.
I'm not in the radius because of the. door.
Fine.
Take 17.
Yep, I just applied it. Dahlia succeeded, so you take half. Bisque succeeded, so takes half. And Tespa succeeded, so takes half. And then Ack failed. Take 17. Okay. Now yours says you take damage. You can throw out a shield and give them resistance. Which seems counterproductive because if they've already taken the damage, the resistance doesn't do anything.
Well, it's when they take the creature. The trigger is what's the
So you
trigger
get to
say?
know the damage. and
Target
if they're
the creature that would take fire damage. It's a reaction. It's either you or an ally. You swiftly deflect incoming flames. The target gains fire resistance 15 against the triggering effect.
What's the trigger specifically say?
Trigger
that would deal fire damage.
To either
Right.
you or to an ally within range.
Right. There is an effect. It's you. I don't care at this point, but it's when you are subject to an effect that would cause fire damage, you make the determination before the damage is determined.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if they've already been hit by the damage, you can't deflect it at that point.
But after you know the save.
No,
You know
when they've
after
been
the saves.
subject to an effect.
Because if they crit succeed, they're not going to take
Yeah,
it.
they're not gonna be subject to it.
Yeah, they're not going to be subject. So you figure out if they're subject, and then you apply resistance. So we probably should have done it after the saves were rolled, but before damage was dealt. Because you figure out if they're subject, and then you give them resistance.
For this purposes, I'm fine with that. I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation because you don't know. There's a lot of spells that still have an effect even if you succeed. I mean, and a base reflex is still a half success.
Okay.
So, by their terminology, I believe when you are subject to it, as in you're in the area of effect, that's when you make it before you make the saving throw because you don't know how effective the spell is going to be against you.
Okay.
Okay. But either way, who do you want to give? What, 8 points of damage reduction? Okay. Who do you want to give that to?
Arius, because he's.
Okay. So Arius gets 8 points back. Okay. It'd be helpful if this tool would actually work the way intended. As slow as all of this is.
Just low IT.
Dahlia, your turn.
Huh?
They fireballed you.
They did.
I also put a wall of fire on you that got eliminated.
I got eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good.
George hammered it. I love it.
It is a great one. Die,
Alright.
flame.
I'm
So you
gonna
move in.
Yep. And cast ray of
Magic.
frost on the one south of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm playing with fire, you're playing with ice.
So I'm
Did
assuming
that roll double damage?
does not look like it, so I'll just apply it. Okay, 34 points. That one appears there. We'll try another spell. Do you have a...
Yes, I do.
I figured you did.
So I guess we'll target him. Okay, missed.
Missed him. Okay. So he attempts this. He is going... He casts a lightning bolt, which goes straight out of the room.
No,
That
just
is-
I know.
That is going to hit you. Yep. And see, it didn't give me an option to roll the damage.
That's okay.
Not when I'm trying to manage all the characters. Okay. So let me try Shift T. Okay, so if I cast it this way. Okay. Roll all the saving throws. It rolls them, but it doesn't give me the damage. Doesn't give me any option to roll to do the damage, which is very annoying. Well, now it did. If I do that, okay, which doesn't tell me what your actual results were. Okay, start off, Bar. Give me a save.
So the
Yes, it's going to be a reflex save.
Just when they've done it, they don't.
I got 25.
Arius. I don't know why you took extra.
Me?
No barley beard. 36 is a half.
Oh. They're undead, right?
Yes.
I'll use my reaction. Whenever. I mean, that way.
What does it do?
It'll give me 19 points back.
It's not an attack.
Oh, it's not an attack?
No, it's an area of effect.
Doesn't count
lightning
as
bolt?
attack.
It's a lightning bolt. It's not a strike.
Oh, it's not my. So
It's
I'll
a-
do
it-
my reaction.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Bisque.
Alright. I'm going to.
Oh,
Reflex.
it's applying the 30. How much damage did it do to you?
33.
Roll the reflex.
That's what it should be. That's the
Oh,
damage.
Rolling a reflex save. Alright.
Okay.
Alright. So I'm gonna just.
Did it take off my resistance?
Probably not.
Whoa.
Okay. Bisque doesn't take any damage. Tespa, because it's not counted as lightning.
There goes my natural 20 for the day.
I'll add it back to the character.
That's fine. Tespa. Okay. You take half, and then Ack. Okay. You take full. Okay. And then, and we get another one because it's going to be extra complicated. We'll go. Where do we want to go? We should go here. And we'll cast a spell, which is going to be, let's make it even more complicated. Yeah. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, this is the first time I get to use my fancy magical ability.
Okay. Okay, shift and then middle mouse button is what rotates the arc.
Okay.
It appears here and casts a spray of rainbow colors. I need a will save for Zordlon.
Fail.
Okay, you are stunned. You are blind.
Gee.
And you are dazzled.
Right before my turn.
Of course. Craig, give me a roll.
Click it, click it. Don't turn it off and on. Just click the mouse.
I don't think I.
I learned that too.
Yeah.
It took me a while, but I learned it.
No, 20 for me.
29. Okay. So
He has resolve also. Yeah.
that doesn't help him.
Okay. I'm just.
Resolve makes.
I'm just throwing
Yeah,
it out
it's that. Okay. So the dazzled worked for you. It's not working for the other one.
there. I think it's because he's blind. Because you can't be dazzled when he's blind.
Okay. No, can't be blinded too either. And then the other one is so much lag. Arya, same thing. Will save. Okay, you passed. The other one's failed. A success only dazzled you.
It's a critical success. I have divine will.
Okay. Never mind, you're not dazzled. But the two next to you have gone blind.
A little razzle dazzle, sir.
Okay. Zordlon.
I will drop my rifle for one action and then attempt to seek the creature to my west. Like, find out where it is. So I can make an attack.
You can't because you only have 2 actions this round. But sure, go for it.
Oh, so perception.
Yep.
Oh.
Nope.
Sure, you know exactly where he is. Your action's done.
I dropped my rifle. That's a free action.
I thought you said you dropped your rifle for 1. That's why I was. Okay, fine. Seek the creature.
Then I'll quick draw my dueling pistol and shoot him.
Okay. You miss.
Yep.
What?
Because you're blind, he still is greater.
He still has concealment, regardless.
You gotta be the blind thing, but
If you can't even locate him, you can't make an attack at all. It automatically misses.
That's what the first action was.
Yes, you located him, which gives him greater concealment because you still don't see him. Okay. End of your action, your blind goes away. Okay, the creature here, wherever here is. Okay, the one right in front of you that you just tried to shoot. He grabs your rifle and then claws at you.
Okay.
He hits 36.
Hit.
Okay, that's critical then. For 22 points. And an 18. Be scared of that. Okay. Doge.
So, from my point of view, I've seen a fire flame go down the hallway.
You've seen the bridge temporarily erupt in flames. You've seen a spray of rainbow colors. You've seen a lightning bolt. And one or two, and a blast of flame from the room.
So, with everybody crowded, can I make a running charge to go in?
You can, as long as you can get to a point where you can stand legally.
Okay.
Okay. Now, your friend there, he's staying back. He's not getting involved.
I know. At this point, though, I've seen enough what I deem as damage. That,
There's a lot of damage and spells and such going on there.
so, I'm going to run down there. That is.
Okay. So what you do with your movement, drag and then press the space bar whenever you want to corner.
Okay.
Okay, and then keep dragging. Now, you don't know where you're going. Wherever you stop, that's going to end your action.
Wherever I stop ends my action.
Right.
One
So,
action.
well, I don't know what your speed.
45.
So, for the first 45, wherever you stop, that's one action. Then you can move from there based on where you can see.
All right.
One more down is the 45.
Right there is 45. Right?
One more.
One more down.
That's 45. That's as far as you can see right now.
Okay.
Well, as far as an action. So you go over there. Now you can update. Now you can take your other 2 actions.
Okay.
The point being is, if it takes you 5 feet to step into the room so you can see the room, you got to take 1 action to step in, or you got to move blind.
Nope, I'm with you. With you. So then my second move is going to be to this guy here.
Okay. Now that guy to your right, to the east, is covered in flames.
The guy to the lower guy.
Yeah, this would be a great next hit.
Okay. I can still attack this guy. Though.
Sure.
So I'll do a flurry on him. I'm with
Okay.
the wolf stance, which is not doesn't make
On the southern one, you said?
yes on the
Go for it.
What are you looking for?
the actual wolf stance.
It's at the very top, I thought.
Oh, I have to. Okay. And now I'll let me do the. It wasn't. It didn't have the wolf jaws. That's why I was asking. I got hit target, don't I? Or do they already?
You got to target him, yes. Okay. Okay, first one you miss. Second strike. Dice go everywhere. You hit that one. takes 20 points of damage. And he takes a fortitude save, scoring a 37.
31.
Okay, and it was a critical on his part. Natural 20, I mean. Okay. So the next creature over here is going to strike at Petros. Striking a 20, which misses you. And a natural 1. And sure. He can't hit you even blind. 27?
27's miss.
Okay. So Bisque.
Alright. So the one that's right behind Barleybeard, I'm gonna do another Disrupt Undead.
Okay.
I'm not fighting them backwards, by the way.
The one south of Barleybeard, yes.
Yes, the one.
There's one behind you?
One,
Yeah,
one behind him as well. Okay, roll your damage.
Okay.
Okay, take 17 points.
And
You got one action left.
alright. Let's see.
Okay, you pass.
Yeah.
We're going to move along. Tespa.
Yeah.
I was gonna try Field of Life.
I'm not gonna.
Field of Life. Okay.
So it's a 30-foot range, 20-foot burst. I was gonna center it on like Arius.
Okay, so go ahead and click cast the spell on your character. It will give you the option to place a 20-foot burst.
Is the AoE still in the field?
No, that's gone.
So I click cast on the spell first.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so place the click on place 20-foot burst. Okay. So
Excuse me.
okay. Roll your flat check.
Now I'm gonna find out something about me. No.
Put a giant.
What is this?
Okay, so it works on you.
Yeah, I still resist 7 points.
Sure.
So if it rolls 8,
Okay, then click on the healing,
Okay.
and we'll have to apply it to everybody.
Okay, so I don't heal any.
So it only healed 6 points.
Yeah,
Only does one-
1d8 per round sheet. Continues it, and it does 1d8 to all the undead.
Okay, is there a saving throw for everybody that is taking damage?
Nope.
There's no saving throw for it?
That doesn't say.
Yep, no saving throw.
Okay. So,
So stand up to 1 minute. Each living creature gets 1d8 hit points, and then the undead takes 1d8.
okay.
plus.
So everybody takes 6 hit points, except for Barleybeard.
I'll mark 6 off of it.
Okay. And then the creatures take 6. And there's no saving throw, we said. Okay.
Keep sustaining that. That's a nice one.
Okay. I assume that's a 2 action.
Yes.
Did you want to do something else? And Ack.
Okay, I want to do a 3 action. Scorching Ray on the 3 creatures down there. So,
What level are you going to be?
He wants to set the Three Stooges on fire.
no, this is 5th level.
Okay, use a 5th level slot.
Okay. So click the cast for Scorching Ray at 5th level.
Attack or cast?
Cast.
Recast. Oh. Okay.
Okay. So then target the first one.
Shift or shift.
Mouse over and press T.
Okay.
Then roll the attack.
Do I
Click attack.
or roll? Okay. Roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get a critical hit, so click damage. Okay. It's a critical hit, so he takes double. Okay. Then target the next one.
That.
You have to untarget the first one.
How do I untarget?
T. 2.
Go T.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then click your attack again.
Where is it? Oh, up there.
That just hits him, so roll the damage.
Go back up. Up.
Okay, so we go up on
Up.
Okay. Damage.
Nice.
Okay. Then target the third one.
Let's see. Untarget. Attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roll.
That one missed. So you're done.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, lots of damage. Okay, the first one of these critters get to go. The one next to Barleybeard.
All of them are next to Barleybeard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cast. That's not. Don't cast that. He casts line. And I guess let me adjust that. He raises another wall of fire. And then he is going to strike at Barleybeard. Clawing at 27.
Miss.
And then he's going to take a 5-foot step. Arias, you take 4d6. Take 18 points of fire.
I'm going to press them and see if I can get this Eradicate Undeath to work again and be able to rotate it this time. So I will cast. I will place my 30-foot cone, and you said if I shift and click the middle
No,
wheel.
shift and roll the middle wheel.
Ah, there we go. Let's see. There we are. Oops.
Okay, I'm going to go for that side.
Yep. And then do damage or do
Um,
you're going to do the DC Fortitude. For
What I'm going to do is target them.
Okay.
There. Yeah. Target, 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 target. Okay, now roll damage. A lot of dice.
Lots of 12s in there too.
And it didn't apply it. Okay. So, first one, whichever one this is, because that would have been helpful. I'll just go around, I guess. First one takes double. Second one takes full. Bottom one takes half.
That's everything I can do.
Is that
I'm
that's
slow.
a 3-action one? Or okay.
2 action, yep.
Okay. This one.
Gives up.
They give up?
Did that
No.
fire give him any shield? That fire shield one? I didn't know if it did. That one guy's got the fire.
Good question. Don't know.
That's the one we gave 88 to. But
Doubles his damage again.
Um,
Shield on fire anymore.
no, it's holy fire.
It's holy fire, so always taking even more persistent.
no, it did not give any resistance to that.
Okay.
Okay. So the one in the southeast, the Barleybeard, is going to do another spell. He hasn't used that yet.
Grumble, grumble.
Grumble, grumble. Okay. He will cast this. Of course, doesn't add anything. He throws another lightning bolt up the line through the center there. Give me a reflex or a flat check for you first.
One day.
Okay, and then your reflex.
One day.
It's a small. It's only a small chance.
I know, but it's still quite powerful as it's all but out.
Well, that's more than enough.
Yeah.
Arius, reflex save.
Oh, that's will.
Not really a
I was
plus
trying to do a
5
will
is
save.
the
Just
Yep.
wouldn't mess with you.
Can't use will on a lightning bolt.
Okay. No lightning bolts.
plus 2 is
Okay, you take half.
Okay.
Oops, I applied it to Barleybeard.
That's
You get 10 hit points back.
I'll buy it.
Blisk,
Alright. So,
reflex save.
yep, reflex.
Oh my gosh, you just killed myself.
Ha
Beard has a seizure.
Lightning bolt helped you.
Oh, there's too much spells going on.
Okay, 32. You take Biscake's half. Tespa.
Reflex?
Yep. And then Axe going to be next. Okay, Tespa takes half. Ack.
Click. I did.
You take full.
Save the best for last.
Okay.
The lightning bolt has to grow in power as it goes on.
Charging.
Then it's going to take a swipe at Barley. Probably. 35.
That's it.
It's a
I
hit.
use my reaction.
Okay.
That's not magical.
Yeah, it's not.
For him, so he gets 7 plus my 19 back of whatever the damage is,
Okay. So you take 7.
and it's stupefied to
7 after his DR?
Yes.
Okay.
It's stupefied 2 now?
correct.
Well, that's not friendly.
Now I'm casting spells. I can't use enfeebled.
Stupefied.
I'm gonna make my weapon do stupid
2.
people.
Well, it hits hard enough to make
Yes.
somebody stupid.
Okay. That grabs you.
Ah.
And then it uses its last action to sink its fangs into your neck.
Okay.
Okay? He makes an athletics check against your fortitude save.
Okay.
And his athletics. 28, so you need an 18
I
fortitude.
have a 23.
Okay.
A mere dwarf. That's the thing.
Not able to bite you. Okay.
Neck muscles just tense up. Bend his fangs.
Okay. Barleybeard.
So, I am going to
your area of effect continuing?
My desk call? No. Is there a way to? I should.
Mouse, switch to. I'll remove it for you. Normally, you move to the templates, and then mouse over it and click delete.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm gonna hit this dude in his mouth.
The one that just tried to bite you.
Yeah, knock his teeth.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, I gotta target him. And he is a spellcaster, correct?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to wrap up pretty soon. That's a hit.
41 points.
41 points.
And he needs to make a fortitude save.
Won't matter. He disappears in a cloud of smoke.
And then I'm going to do the same thing on the other dude.
Okay.
Okay, no, no.
Oh, so close.
Oh, I didn't target him. Apologies, I'm sorry.
Hit.
Hit, okay.
Okay.
And then I want to move right here.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Given that it's after 7, it's 10 after. Why don't we stop here?
We roll his,
Close this out.
we roll his fortitude
Yeah,
save.
you can.
Whose fortitude save?
For that dude, and see if he loses his
And I'm
voice
gonna
for
summon a swarm of bees
Okay. That's something else he has to take.
and direct him to sting this.
26.
26. So that's the so I should be able to drag.